Flow here with another woodworking stream. So I'm pretty much done with the rolling shelf wall thing, but I mean not entirely, because I have to put like walls on them, so I might actually work on that this week too, but that's not the focus of this stream. Today we're going to go back to the previous series, which was building a loft in the shed. And so last week, or more specifically late last weekend, whatever, my parents my text-to-speech was announcing Botrix and it was like distracting me. So yeah, last week my parents bought the plywood or OSB needed for completing the lofts, basically just putting a deck up there because it was just a bunch of 2x6s that you can't really walk on. And so we have the plywood now, and I'm going to try to cut it today and put it in place. It feels like it shouldn't take that long, but everything takes longer than I think it will. I think the cutting part will be annoying as usual because I don't really have a good tool for it. I mean, I have a circular saw, which is really the right tool, but it's proven itself quite annoying. So, but I might actually try to use that, or excuse me, the table saw would be fine, except that I'm working with full sheets of 4x8 plywood, and I can't really freehand a 4x8 on my little table saw. It would actually be dangerous and very difficult, so I'm not going to try that. So I'll probably end up using my circular saw somehow, even though I can't stand using it, but we'll see. Anyway, let me get outside and started. Have my camera set up. It's really hot outside, so I wouldn't be surprised if my camera overheats today. But this is probably the view I'll show because it kind of shows where I'll be working. I don't think I'm going to bother to try to like change my camera angle constantly today. It's just too annoying because I'll be up in the loft, like on ladder and stuff, and so I probably won't move the camera around. It would be nice to be able to show when I'm doing more. Thanks for the follows, everybody. Sean on You Now and Hewitt on Kick. I'm gonna head out there now, and let's see. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I'm gonna take these I bought some more screws, like the 2.5-inch screws. I don't think I'm going to use any of those today because I'm just putting down the decking material. I don't even know what to call it. The plywood, the OSB. But, yeah, so I just need the shorter screws for that. And we'll see. The thing that will definitely take longer than I have today is if I decide to put blocking underneath this area that I'm working on, which I probably will. By blocking, I mean the things underneath between the 2x6s. I'll probably put a row of 2x4s underneath where the OSB joins together just to give it strength and stability and all that whatever stuff. I'll probably do that, but I don't think I'm going to finish all of this today. I have this huge fan blowing because it is inhumanly hot here. It's all the hot air rises up to the top of this loft, and there's some little vents over there are definitely not enough to air it out. So I don't know how that fan's going to do that. It's just so the first thing I need to do, I had my dad help me put these sheets up here, but actually I need to take them down, which I should have known, but I didn't really look up here, but they're totally covering the wiring into the sheets, so yeah, I could move them over to the other loft, but it's just easier to pull them back down, which is fine. There's only five of them. I'll leave one up here. Actually, I'll probably leave 2 up here, so I don't need to take 3 down. So let's try to do that. Hang on, yeah. I get a lot of those spamming chat kicks, so I probably won't. Appreciate the offer. It's kind of a thing going on Kick these days that there's a million people doing that. Most of them are spam bots, but I'm not really looking for your design. Alright, so let's see. Get my gloves on so I can pull these down without getting a bunch of splinters. Let's start here. Gotta match up my gloves because I have a couple pairs going here. I don't think I'll have too much problem pulling these down by myself. I had my dad help me get them up there just because he was here, and I figured, oh, may as well make it a little easier. Just have 2 people doing it. I'm a little bit concerned. It looks a tiny bit hazy outside. I hope there isn't like another fire. I haven't looked at fire news lately, so I have no idea what's going on. But there's almost always wildfires in the summer, and it's been really hot. So my guess is there's probably some fire or smoke blowing in from somewhere. Good. We've had really bad smoke coming all the way from Canada and Montana, which are super far away. So just because there's some smoke here doesn't mean it's anywhere near where I'm at. But I do like to try to watch the reports just in case, because we have had fires relatively close in the past, so just have to be alert. Make sure you know what's going on. Yeah, mostly it's like just annoying because the smoke can get pretty bad sometimes. And like one year, it was so bad that I got sick from the smoke. So yeah, hopefully that won't happen this year. It feels like it's hotter this year than past years, but could just be a momentary heat wave that we're going through. I don't know. I don't know where my step stool is. Take it. It's not here. It's weird. I thought I just had it. Oh, I know where it is. It's holding the door open. Go grab that. I want to actually build a thing to put under the door that keeps it open and also supports it. So I'll probably do that at some point. I don't have to keep using things to prop the door open. Plus, I'm a little bit concerned that maybe it isn't a good idea to have it swung out wide without some sort of support underneath it. Might actually warp the hinges or something like that. Okay, so you get 3 of these down, which I don't think I'll have any trouble really doing that. So it's just slightly easier with people. You lost something there. So I don't knock my phone over. Anything else important? Thankfully, they're just tall enough to lean up against that. Otherwise, if that came crashing down while I was trying to put on the floor, that would have been kind of hard to deal with. Let's see. Good place to put these. Probably gonna take them outside because there's not really any space in here. Oh, it's heavy. These things are really heavy. Pretty hard to move around with just one person, but awesome. It's actually more about grip strength than arm strength, or just as much at least. Trying to grip those things without them sliding out of your hands. These rubber gloves help a lot, but it's still difficult. Once it starts sliding, it's like hard to keep it from going farther than I want to. Oh, so random pointless bits of news. Bolt Plus completely changed their code on the website, so I had to ask the developer of Social Stream to update their plugin to work because the code is completely different. I don't really understand the changes they made. I don't know if it's better or worse or whatever. The URL is terrible now for the pop-out chat. Used to be just like bulletplus.tv/pop-out-chat/username. Now it's like this crazy long thing with a million URL parameters unnecessarily. I don't know what kind of coding changes they made. I used to care about coding. These days, I don't care. I can't stand it. I just stay out of it as much as I can. Ugh, except for a few personal projects that I have to do or want to do, whatever. Even those I really struggle with, though. Lacking motivation. Okay, one more. It's rough. Let's see. Drink. Oh, here it goes. So. Can't imagine doing this without gloves. It sucks so bad. See, this plywood is tongue and groove, which I don't know. Not really a fan. Like I don't even know if there's any benefit to tongue and groove as opposed to just flat edge, because you're screwing them into the joists anyway, so having them interlocking seems rather unnecessary. Plus it makes weird ends on the sides that you don't connect with another board. So I feel like I'd rather just have regular not tongue and groove. But these are really cheap and they're super good. These are the same ones I used for the shelves on the moving shelf wall. They're super sturdy and just, they look like high quality boards compared to some of the others I was using before. So I'm willing to deal with the tongue and groove weirdness. And they're pretty cheap. They were like, say like $26 or something like that. Not too bad at all. Okay, whew. That part's over, thank goodness. So now, basically just gonna start measuring stuff and cutting if necessary and putting stuff down. First two, theoretically I should be able to put down without cutting at all. Oh, anyway. So I think that's all I need right there. So I'll throw this up there just. It's not super safe trying to get up and down from here because I haven't built a ladder yet to attach to the side. I'm just using this kind of old junky ladder. It's not great. Oh, I'm gonna get these boards out of the way too. Let's see. There's a lot of stuff I need to get down from here. Could probably move some of this to the other side without actually taking it down completely. Currently, I don't really have a good way to get from side to side. Maybe I should actually use my shelf wall for one of its intended purposes, which is connecting the two lofts. I think I will do that. And then move that position, which is where my tripod is, so to move things around a bit. I think it's worth the effort. I don't really have a way to get to the other side without moving the ladder every time. I actually have a few projects left to do. Some of them aren't as pressing, so I probably won't necessarily focus on them, but I think I mentioned my first project. I don't know if I actually streamed this out. I think I did. Maybe I did. It's been so long now. Had a rolling wood, call it just like a wood storage type unit thing, and finish that. That's the thing I was juggling on, like with my soccer ball. I was standing on it and surfing. I still need to finish that at some point, but that's a really low priority because I don't need a wood storage thing right now because it's not interesting. It has some other potential uses, like I was going to build it so that I could use it as a kind of a hive tool. Saw it coming, I couldn't do anything about it. Just lost my battery bank. I'm glad I didn't pull my tripod over. Yeah, I was gonna make like dual purpose. I try to make dual purpose things as much as I can. I was gonna use the wood storage thing also like as a deck table sort of thing. So if we eat outside, we could get some stools because it's kind of tall and sit around that. I already have like a table that we can use for that, but it's not good for that. And I don't know that this thing I'm making will be any better. It's not really, it's in purpose. It's more of a secondary benefit it can have as possible. Let's see. I'll eventually get that camera aimed in a better position, but right now I just need to be careful not to knock it over. So let's put this in a good spot and lock the wheels on it so it doesn't move around, and then kind of climb across it to get from one loft to the other. It's just cool to be using it for its intended purpose. One of its several intended purposes. That should be good. I got the second set of wheels recently in a box or whatever, so I need to figure out how to get those on. That is going to be really hard because I have to somehow lean this whole huge shelf wall thing over, get underneath it to put those wheels on. It's going to be really difficult, but I'll figure it out when the time comes. Let's see what I'm working on today. Okay, so I need to move my tripod around so we can see stuff, so we can see stuff better. Standing on the shelf wall, proving its worth as a surface. It moves around a little bit. Loose, rock solid. Okay. Let's see. Let's close in a bit. Shorten these legs. That angle we got there looks too bad, but I'll get it. I'll check it. It is really hot up here. I might have to bring a second fan up here, and I'd be very surprised if my phone doesn't overheat. Okay. Be careful where I step right now because there's no boards stand on, really. It's probably really hot. Man, it's so hot. I wish I had another box fan like that one. I'm having that one point downward to sort of hopefully blow some of this hot air down. But I need like another huge fan up here to circulate the air. It's insane. Okay, so I'm gonna try to get those boards over here using this as a bridge. I probably should have got 6 of the OSB sheets. I'll probably need that many for all the loft sections, but I decided to get 5 because I have some scraps from previous projects that I'm trying to see if I have enough between the new ones and the scraps to cover everything. Because it's like I'm trying to save money as much as I can because I don't have any money in my parents are paying for all this stuff and they can't afford to buy all of their food. And do this everything as efficiently as possible. Some of these boards are crazy boards. I don't really know why. Like I was hoping that having them sitting up here flat would sort of help set it down, but it's because the heat is so extreme up here. Or if it just naturally in shape. The heat is ridiculous. Like it's absurdly hot up here. Almost unsurvivable. Much hotter than it would be actually dangerous to be up here for more than just a few minutes. Let's see. It's way over 100 degrees, I guarantee you. It's probably like 110. It's a little bit better since I got that fan up here, but it's still. You have to move these boards multiple times because I've eventually been on the other side. Pretty normal stuff. But start out and we'll attempt this to I'm just going to sit up here for a second. So we'll take a break. Wow, it's so hot that this candle wax is half melted. I'm just going to sit here for a second. Make my coffee for the ice melts. Have some water up here too. Push this first. It doesn't feel half bad like right here because this fan is kind of blowing on me, but it's basically blowing because I'm up here. Since I'm sweating, it feels I just thought of a few things. So I'm going on a trip in about a month or so, less. If I get a chance, I might stream something. Because it's all work stuff. Like making money, trying to set up business stuff. So I probably won't stream down there unless I get a chance to go like on a hike or walk or something. I might try, but let's see. Take minimal streaming gear. I'm gonna go to New Mexico, which I went there last year also. I think I mentioned it on stream too. Audio was spotty. A few things. I bet it. I think it was the same. Oh, actually, probably what it is I have this fan blowing next to me, and it's probably noise canceling that out, and it's probably so loud that it's sort of canceling my voice out too. So I might go turn the noise cancellation off temporarily, so that just try and see if that's the problem. Yeah, I'm gonna turn noise cancellation off. Turn that off, it should help. Thanks for letting me know. Just appreciate that a lot. Most people don't. Let's see. Hopefully I can do it from here. That's possible. Okay, so now it's just going to be louder overall because of the fan noise, but I think I'd rather have it that way, be able to hear me. Yeah, I have family there. I'm not, I guess, business and pleasure, but it's basically business. My family is going to help me with a few things regarding the business, so going down there to have them show me some stuff. Train me basically, or just help me with some of our equipment. Thanks, dude. Dudettes. Everybody's dude in the streaming world. Yeah, I'm sure it's way louder now, but I mean, like, everything's louder. You probably hear the fan right out. Alright, so first thing I need to do is make sure I did this loft right, which I hope so. If I didn't, I'll improvise. I'll improvise what to do about it, but this should be exactly 8 feet from that far end to this far end. So, suppose I was somehow like ½ inch off, which isn't too bad. So not anything off because it just means that somewhere along the line I measured something wrong. Let me see if it's any different on the other side, because if it's not straight, that'll be more annoying. But that actually doesn't matter in this case, because since I have double boards here, it's just going to fall a little bit short, which is fine. I'm glad it's not. Well, it's kind of sharp. If it was overhanging, I could cut off the edge, but actually, anyway, I don't like cutting stuff at this point, so I'm just glad it's short rather than long. I'll have plenty of support. Having over 1.5 of those boards under this side of it, so it's still okay. As long as it's not some kind of weird tripping hazard. Okay. La-dee-da. Love that. Filling popcorn in your mouth. 50% of it doesn't go in. Yeah, so apparently, somehow, I don't know how I do this kind of stuff. I feel like I'm doing things right, and then I just make little goofy errors here and there. It's just, I mean, they're not big errors, it's just I like things to be perfect. Somehow, this board is at a slight slant, going this way. So it's like probably a quarter to a half inch more this way on that end than it is on that end. It's not going to matter, but just if I need to find out a little bit sloppy, because usually I try to be super accurate with it. My math skills are crap these days, like really bad. So I make all sorts of calculation errors. If I was doing everything in centimeters instead of inches, I don't think I would make any of these errors, to be honest. Trying to do math on crazy fractions like 23, 30 seconds of just junk on inches is really annoying to me. I don't like it. Okay, so let's see. I need to somehow rotate these boards, and I think the only way to do that is to get these stacks of boards out of the way, which also means I need to get those things light. I think I might use my ceiling clamp trick. One piece for that, but I don't have, so I'll have to go grab it. Be right back. Grab a clamp. Sit in the Chatmobile with me and finish my drink and take that. It'll be interesting to see how far out from that wall these 8-footers go. I think they're going to go like close to all the way across. I mean, not really, but I think the amount left on that end is going to be less. And the less it is, the better, because that will leave me with more wider scraps to use to cover the other parts of the loft. So I'm hoping these 8-footers go really far. The farther the better. I wasn't able to calculate that stuff accurately because, I mean, I could have gotten pretty close, but since all my measurements on my drawing and stuff are based on, I don't know if you can see this, but where the side of the wall is, that's kind of where I base my measurements off of. But when you're up here, since these rafters are angling in, the higher up you go, the further in you are. So actually, and also the top of the sheets that are going here will be pushed in slightly because of this angle. It's very minimal. But like if you were resting down here, they'd be back a little bit further, but the higher you go up this way, the further this way they're pushed because of the angle thing. So I wasn't able to perfectly measure it because I didn't know how thick these boards would be and how far they'd be pushed out. I could have gotten within like a quarter of an inch of accuracy, but I actually didn't really bother to measure this. So in other words, what I'm saying is I have no idea how far out these 8-foot boards are going to go until I actually put this in place. I'm hoping it's really far out, as far out as possible. Yeah, let me go grab that. Well, I kind of did plan it, but we had a very limited budget. I think what I'm going to do is skylights, no. Skylights are a big problem. They're getting better at engineering them, but historically and even now probably they present many issues with like moisture buildup and even leaks and stuff, so I don't think I would do skylights. Plus it would make it massively hot in here with the greenhouse effect. What I would like to do though is put a window on either end, because eventually we've been talking about having a bed up here just for guests, and it would be ridiculously hot if we don't have some kind of window you could open. So I think I will eventually, once I'm starting to make money and stuff, once I'm making money, I'll just pay to like put a window in the end of each of these on both sides, and like make them so you can open them, put a fan in there, possibly even an air conditioner. But yeah, that's kind of what I hope to do. Plus, it'd be cool to be able to see outside, and it's just one more escape method if there's a fire or something like that. We have the tiny vents on the top, but those do basically nothing. Serve almost no purpose. They probably help a tiny bit, but it seems like they make no difference at all. But yeah, the window, being able to open a window would be awesome. Alright, so I'm gonna go grab that clamp. Oh, it feels good to see this fan, that's for sure. Can't wait till I get the ladder built, but I don't want to build it yet because there's considerations that I haven't thought of, and I just want to make sure I don't regret how I build it, so I'm going to take a while to think about that a bit more before I do it. Alright, I can still talk and chat because I'm taking my Chatmobile with me, but I'll be out of the picture for a second. Yeah, I'm just using a step ladder, old janky step ladder. It's like all rickety and stuff. I don't like climbing it. It doesn't feel stable at all, so I have to be super careful or it'll tip sideways. Okay. Grab that clamp thing. Whoa, let's not crush my guitar. I think that would be a good motion, or a good thing to do, not to do. My mom always moves everything around in my place when she's here, and she puts stuff where I wouldn't put him. But I just undo everything when she leaves, and then she comes and moves everything again. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I think I would be hard to live with a lady that wants to arrange things because it drives me nuts, and I don't think hardly anybody has as much sense as I do, like practical sense in placement of objects. I don't mean to brag, but I put things in logical places that make sense, more so than most people. It's annoying. I think of all the various things, like what's the most practical and accessible and safe type options. And my mom is pretty good at thinking about different creative ideas, but she doesn't always consider all those things, and so it's like, yeah. Anyway. Okay, so let's what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get my light up there. All this extra moving around just to get a light off of the tripod so it doesn't fall underneath these boards. It's like a grand scheme of order of different things you have to do. Alright, so I'm gonna construct my creative lighting clamp here. We got a regular wood clamp thingy. This, I love these things. Small Rig, all one word, is the company that makes these. I have like a dozen of these things. They're solid gold, except that I brought them home. These things are also important. They're like dual-sided 1/4" 25 threads for tripods. The other side is actually a 3/8, I think. Thankfully, these things have a 3/8 hole and a 1/4" hole, so I'm just going to put the 3/8 there so that I can put my 1/4" head tripod light thing on that end. I use these for every massive streaming setups. As you can see, you can just do all sorts of makeshift setups with these things. Just get really creative. So here, just clamp to just about anything, but especially pipes. Like I have metal irrigation pipes above my stream area that I can clamp lights and cameras to. So these allow me to do all sorts of creative setups. So now I can have that up there. Oh, nice. Ball head things. Should grab one and so the ball head things allow me to have this tight and have it. It's nice and tight. Right now I can take this off of there so it won't fall through the voice. So I'm going to take these boards off. Oops. Let's turn it off. Okay, now we can get all of these boards out of the way. I'm just going to take them all the way down for now. Because if I put them on the other side, I'll just have to move them again. So it's better just to get them out of the way. These are cedar fence planks. I think they're cedar. I'm not sure, but this is what I'm going to use for the slats to cover my moving shelf wall eventually. Like I'll just put them together like this to make my shelf into an actual wall, but they'll be hinged so you can still access the shelves. But that's the plan. These we already had. I didn't like buy these for this specific purpose or anything. My dad brought them over from their house and left them here. He got like rid of a bunch of stuff that they just had sitting around that they weren't using, just in case we could use it over here. I'm trying to use that stuff up before buying something so that we save money. So yeah, I'll probably put those to use. And we got scraps like this from random projects that I'm trying to put to use if I can. Okay, the only other thing I need to move is besides that spider that was trying to bite my butt. The only other thing I need to move is these things that I stacked up way too high from the shelf below. Let me get those out of the way since I'm up here. Just going back to the like compatibility thing in relationships and stuff, it's so hard to find people that you're compatible with, especially later in life when everybody has their preferred way of doing things. Everybody like gets angry about the stupidest things, have fights over like toilet paper roll direction and just all that kind of stuff. It's such a frustrating waste of energy, but it's just the way people are. including myself probably. I try not to fight about things though. I'd rather just like have peaceful discussions about stuff. Compromises. Okay. What's the question? Let me get these boards down and then I can start putting these boards in place. There we go. Start screwing it down. See, I think I have everything up there that I need. Oh, I bought some impact rated Phillips screwdriver things. I'll go inside and grab those while I'm thinking about it because I'll forget otherwise. And I actually ordered more on Amazon. The ones at the store, this closest store, were kind of expensive, so I got a few, but then I looked on Amazon and they're like a third of the price, so I ordered more. I wish the local stores were more competitive, but I understand they have higher expenses and consider it like a convenience charge or whatever. Let me go grab those real quick. So hard to compete with online businesses now and Walmart and whatever. It's just they're so much cheaper at those places. Usually, not always, but okay. Where is that thing? Got a couple more regular screwdriver bits too. There's these kind that they have just in these bins that I really like. Relatively cheap, but never realized in the past like how much I like the longer ones. It's super nice to have the longer screwdriver bits. It just makes, I don't know why, it just makes things easier sometimes, especially when you're in cramped quarters. But anyway. Eventually it's all going to end in tears, as Beanie Bat Bartok would say, except that he's not a Beanie Bat, except I like the Burger King toy version of him, so I call him Beanie Bat Bartok. These will all end in tears. He says it. This whole economy shift that we've experienced in our last 20, 30 years, everything going to mega super corporations, it's not going to end well for the United States. Sadly. Anyway, I got these longer ones that I like. They're just a little bit easier to deal with. These are the impact ones that I bought. I don't know if you can see those from there. I'm just showing and telling for no reason, just because. I don't know if it's true, but they say up to 50 times life. Yeah, I'll probably break in like 3 seconds. It's kind of like the lambda bread or whatever. Lord of the Rings. One bite is enough to fill the stomach of a grown man, and like the hobbits are way smaller than men. Eat like 20 of them. It's like, how many did you eat? Exaggerated marketing crap. I used to be in marketing, so I know how that goes. Alright, here's the impact ones. They're supposed to last 50 times as long as what? Maybe as something that lasts 5 seconds, so 250 seconds worth. It's like kind of what they're talking about. I forgot to get those boards down while I was up, so do that quick. It's like 50% less calories. Less than what? Oh, well, we were comparing to 100% lard and sugar mixture. Some product that doesn't actually exist. It's sad how dishonesty has become the way of capitalism. I don't think it used to be that way. I think it actually started out as a decent system where people were honorable and honest about most things. And then just everybody got greedy. It's like, oh, if we lie, we make more money. It's fantastic. Who cares about conscience? It's worthless. Now you can't really trust any marketing anymore. I prefer less marketing, honestly. Like, the less marketing a product has, like crappy design, packaging, all that stuff, and then little big words in bold that probably lies anyway. I don't really care about any of that stuff, but unfortunately it does influence our decisions subconsciously. Okay, here we go. Let's do that. Let's go over here. I bought some hinge, or what do you call them? Hitch pins, I think they're called. Things that you use on a hitch for a pickup truck or something. And I use those, like I'll mount them here, and then they'll sink down into a board, and then put a pin through them. Keep them in place, and that'll keep this shelf from shifting around as much, hopefully. There's a bunch of different options I could have chosen for ways to connect this rolling shelf to the loft, and I'm going to try that out first. It wasn't that expensive to get the pins, so if they work out, then great. If not, then try something else. Okay, so now I need to rotate these boards around. Technically, it doesn't matter, except that I have a reason. There's a reason why. I think about all the details of everything as best as I can. Sometimes I forget something. But if I were to put them this way, with the length going that way, there would be a joint right here, about 4 feet in between the two, and I would maybe feel like I want to put a row of blocking under there. But if I put them this way, lengthwise going across this way, the edge of this will just match up to one of the boards, presuming I actually measured it correctly. Which I should check that real quick. I checked the full length or width of the loft, but I didn't actually check the midpoint. It should be 4 feet in the middle of this board, which it is, but it's not perfect. What I might actually do, I'm tempted to leave the gap on that end and pull everything this way so that it lines up. I don't know how I measured these wrong. I feel like it's just weird because I totally remember measuring all this stuff, and I apparently just didn't do a very good job. It's not that far off. It's like ½ inch here and there, but when you're trying to make boards line up in the center of the board, those ½ inches really count. Alright, so that's weird. Earbuds just reconnected. Not why they would have been disconnected. Okay, so how am I going to rotate these while I'm sitting on top of them? The answer is I can't. So I'm off of them. Which I don't really have a place to sit, so maybe I should have left that board up here so I had a place to sit while I was moving stuff around. Didn't really think of that. I should have. That's the kind of stuff I try to meditate. Wouldn't that be amazing if I could reach that from up here? The chances are 0, but if I was some kind of Olympic acrobat or Jackie Chan, I could probably hang from my toes right here. Can I reach that? Like, nope, I have to come down again. Okay. Let's do it all safely and correctly. It takes longer. I need to put that stuff over there. Whoa! Because I can leave it on here when I'm rotating that, I believe. I don't know why I would have to take that off. Trying to premeditate all the other mistakes I'm about to make. Okay, so let's use this one as a sitting point on rotating the other boards. Should have thought of that. I think I did at one point and I forgot. Just I did it on the way over. Actually, it was a valuable piece of the puzzle. So we'll put this over there. It's actually going to be kind of hard to rotate these. Because when you rotate something, it takes up like way more space. The hypotenuse of a triangle concept is multiplied because of the square sides of an object. When I'm trying to rotate this, it's going to fill up massive amounts of space. Let's see. I think I will rotate them the other way because I think I want the groove side of the tongue and groove facing outward. I just think it will be a nicer look to it. I could actually trim that part off if I wanted to, but that's part of the disadvantage of the tongue and groove. That I think that's counted in your 4x8 measurements, so you're kind of have a little bit of part of it that's not really practically even. The tongue is sticking out farther than your physical dimensions. So you sort of want to just cut it off. Alright, so I need to move this little sitting board way over in order to get these rotated. It's crazy how much space something being rotated needs. It's like it's double its length or something. I'm sure there's some mathematical calculation you can do on how much space a rotating squarish rectangular object needs. People that do like furniture moving and stuff like that probably have a good sense of how much space they need to rotate a rectangular object before it hits the walls and corners and stuff. Okay, let me get over here. Move my temporary sitting board over here. It's kind of complicated. It'd probably be easier to do it standing from below, but it's kind of a mess down there, so I'll try to do it up here. Hey there, I might. Amy, I might. I don't know. Okay. Ooh. It's going to slide very nicely. At this point, I think it actually would be easier to go below and move them, but I'm already almost done, so I'll just keep doing it this way. I think. What? Wow, I just got this huge sensation in my leg like some insect was biting me. I wonder if there was a spider. It looks like the length of these things is going to cover quite a bit of space on the width of this, so that's what I was talking about earlier, and I'm glad about that. I hope it would cover like a lot. So that the strips that are left over it don't have to be very big. So I sort of bought one less board than I thought I might need because I wanted to try to use various scraps to complete surface area. So the more that these big full boards cover, the better for that reason. As I mentioned earlier, but I'm just repeating myself for clarity's sake. Yeah, it looks like there's only about maybe like 16 inches left over there, if I had to guess. Which is, if it's 16 or under, then I am in good shape because I need some 32-inch widths for other parts over there. So if I'm only cutting 16 inches out of the 48 width, that'll leave 32 for other areas. That would be awesome. Super ideal. Okay, so now I need to start moving this first board, the one that's on top, over to where I currently am. This is going to be difficult, but not impossible. Oh man, I don't know about this whole thing. The measurements that I did seem to be like just not that great. This board is really warped looking too, unless that's just my weird perspective from this angle. It looks like it's totally curved. So I'm definitely going to put blocks between these, blocking, and I'll try to correct some of those warping issues while I'm at it doing that by forcing boards into position if I can. It's going to be super difficult, if not impossible, but I'm going to try. I don't know why this one right here, under the edge of these boards, looks massively warped for some reason. This one that I have my hand on doesn't look warped at all. Hoping that's partially some kind of weird perspective distortion, but I don't think so. I think it's actually super curved. Sucks. Okay, so I'm going to start moving this over this way. This is definitely not the ideal way to do this, by the way. Actually, before I do that, I need to get this box out of here because it's totally sticking up too high. Whew, it is crazy hot here. Oh man, almost unbearably hot. I think what I'm actually going to do is go and stand over there and push it from over there. That would be the obvious better way to go about this. So let me get off of this little board and do that. Oh, it's like a sauna up here, at least. Okay, so if I get off of this one, I should be able to just slide it off the top of this. Oh man, I need to get a fan up here. This is absurd. Feels great when I'm sitting in front of this one, but I need one as well. Over there, it's too hot. Let's see if I can find one. Whew. Oh man, it's so hot. Oh boy, this is going really slow. But I think I'm finally getting to the point where I'm making progress. It would go a little bit faster if I wasn't dealing with the heat so much. Well, I'm assuming that if there's anybody here in chat, they would let me know if my video goes out, but I would not be at all surprised if it does because it's so hot up here. I'm using my cell phone in it. I'd be surprised if it doesn't overheat. Check it real quick just to see. Appears to still be going. All right, as small of a change as that is, that should make a huge difference. The other thing I could do is purposely push these boards out from the wall just a tiny bit because it's not really going to matter. If anything, it might leave a little room for venting. But then I would more likely be able to have 16 inches needed over there. But I'm going to first butt it up against the wall first and see how much is left on the other side. Make a decision based on that. If there's less than 16 inches over there now, I'm just going to do it like this. I actually don't know if that's a good idea or not to have like a little gap over there. I feel like it would not be a bad thing, like I said, for venting purposes, but then eventually I'd like to put windows in, like I was talking about. So I think it's probably out. But the construction of this thing is not totally consistent either. Like, you probably can't see it from the camera angle, but there's a slight gap between this rafter and this board, but that rafter here, the next one over, is touching, so they're just like in and out a little bit. And I think that's just the nature of construction. You never get completely perfect or consistent results. I always aim for that myself, but even when I'm really trying hard and still make dumb mistakes. I've seen many times in my streams. The more experience you have with the stuff, the less you can minimize those kind of mistakes. And then how to throw it all. Don't do this very often. So. Okay, it looks like we're right at 16. over there, which is super coincidental. It might be like almost exactly 16, which is awesome. Let's get it home. Line this one up with the edge, screw it down. Well, actually, I need to get the other one down first because of the tongue and groove madness. Otherwise, I won't be able to fit them together. I have to get down underneath to push up from below because I don't think I can get over there without being on top of it. So I'll just do that real quick. Over here, just trying to make sure that's lined up. It's pretty close. There's like no space in the shop at this point because there's like massive rolls of insulation over on this side. So I don't remember if I mentioned that. I think I did. If I didn't mention it, I put it somewhere. I don't remember. Anyway, we bought insulation for the walls, but not for the ceiling because it's just too much money to spend all at once. So we'll just kind of slowly work on this project over time. It's not super important right now because it's summertime and it's not like we're going to be out here in the cold or something. But eventually it'll matter. If I start my business out here and I'm having to work in like freezing temperatures, it would be possibly a problem. But we have a while to figure all that out. Right now it's just ridiculously hot. Kind of the opposite problem. Okay, I don't know if I got that over far enough for it to sink down on the other side. But we'll see. Once I get back up there. Might be one big sweaty thing. Object. This project. Didn't quite sink down, I don't think, so I need to pull this out just a tiny bit. Which means I need to move this Okay, so you pull this one out so I can make sure the tongue grooves match up before I put them in it. So you could probably attach that far one. I don't like how 2x4s are only 1.5 inches thick. And you have to like try to line up the boards on that. So like this is a 2x6. It's 1.5 inches this way. And if you have two plywoods coming together, if you're off at all, it's not going to be able to be screwed into this thing. That's the issue I'm going to deal with right now. So we get maximum connection. This little board here, it looks pretty centered and it's not that far off. I have to get them both in position though because of the tongue and groove. Like I Normally I would like screw that first one down and then line this one up with it. Since they have to interleave together with the tongue and groove, we have to like line them both up in place. I see. I guess one could say it's less important to get the screws on the edge of the board if you have the tongue and groove, because they sort of support each other. Maybe that's the reason. Still, it's just. So, let me just try pushing this all the way up against the wall, square it up, and get this other one pushed into it. Hope that that connection is strong enough to withstand any pressure it might receive at that point if it's not exactly hanging over the board perfectly stitched. Should be still okay, but because of the measurements maybe a little bit slightly perfect, exact centered on that board. Okay, so now difficult part of pushing this in. I have to do this from the floor using my mallet or something. Helps they'll automatically line up, or if they're going to be all warped and stuff and not slide in to the groove thing. It looks like they don't match at all. So I'm going to have to force them into position somehow. Let's get down below and see what I can do. It's weird. Why wouldn't that match? They actually don't even look like the same thickness. That one over there looks thicker. Wouldn't that suck if, like, on the same palette of product they had two different thicknesses of plywood? So that's not the case. I might have done it just that little movement from that one. Yeah, that's. I don't know what the trick is to getting these to like slide into each other. It's like it's in the right spot and they are the same thickness after all, but man, how do you force them into position? I'm gonna try with this hammer, but I don't know if it's like pressure to do it. Got it. It's crazy hard. I don't know how to do that. I guess that's kind of working. Maybe if I used a buffer of a board, that would make it better. If you don't have a rubber mallet, this is one trick you can use. You can just take a board like this, and scrap and put it on something. It diffuses the force so you don't damage stuff. Do it even with the rubber mallets. I can't really strike the end of that accurately with the hammer. Alright, I think that's pretty much together. And so there's about a 1/4 inch that's not covered by this board on the edge, which I think is fine. This cord is annoying. tell if that's totally solid together or if there's still a gap. Looks like there's still an 1/8 inch gap. I've never worked with these timing groove boards, so I don't know how cinched up they can get. Just get down until it doesn't think it won't go over anymore. That's super difficult though. Like, I would have expected them to just slide kind of easily together. You have to apply massive amounts of force to get into position. I'm not sure how you're supposed to do that, just with a hammer or some other pressure applying tool of some sort. I think it's probably good enough at this point. There's a tiny gap between them, but maybe that's how it's supposed to be. I don't know. Might leave for some expansion or something. Should be good enough so I can start screwing stuff down now. Now we have a legitimate floor I can stand on and stuff, which is nice. Oh shoot, you know what though? I don't want to screw these down until I put the blocking underneath to de-warp the boards and stuff, so I'm glad I thought of that actually. So I'm gonna make that assessment down below before I finalize the screwing in on the top. So I'll probably do the blocking first. So I might actually have to put blocking right in the center of here, which I wasn't planning on doing. I was planning on only putting blocking at the end of the boards to give them something to screw into. But now that I think of it, it would make way more sense to do the blocking in the center of this loft, so that, because they're kind of fixed on the ends already. So if I do any bending, it needs to be in the center, which is kind of annoying. I should probably do that. Take the time to do it right, at least according to my own understanding, and making some judgment calls based on not necessarily industry information, it's just what I think is best. So I'll probably do that. That'll take a long time. That's probably what I'll do for the rest of the stream. I probably won't even get to the point where I can screw these in until the next time, because I need to work on the blocking underneath. And it's so hot and going super slow. Oh, that's always an amazing surprise. I've done this on hikes too, where I think I have water in here and it's Gatorade. I'm just like, wait, this water, it has a flavor to it. Oh, I forgot I put Gatorade. It's so nice. I love that it calls you link. I did that with somebody else the other day too, but it doesn't do it with everybody. It's really weird. I don't know why it calls it link. Okay. Yeah, that's annoying. I don't want to do that blocking stuff. But it's good that I have these extra boards because I actually completely forgot. Yeah, I think it's at least that hot here, and that's outside. In here, it's like at least 10, maybe 20 degrees hotter. Sweating like a pig or whatever. So I have all these like leftover boards from previous stuff that I've been doing. I might be able to use these between the joists for blocking, so glad I kept all these. Some of them might be too short, but I definitely have quite a few here to work with. I have enough to avoid having to cut a whole new board. Yeah, it's absurdly hot here. Pretty sure some of these are too short, but I'll take them down just in case. I'll take the camera down there too. I'll give my phone a little bit of a break from the heat. Also, it's ridiculously hot down there. Oh, that sucked. It's still hot down there, but it's way less hot now. I'm actually not using my earbuds. I'm pretty sure it has to do with the noise stuff. I'm using a lapel mic that's under my shirt. And just all the other noise is mixing with it and stuff. And if I use the noise cancellation, it's not smart enough to reduce the noise without reducing my voice, so. I think if I didn't have to be in the heat and I didn't have to have this fan on, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think we need windows though. Like something that has a pretty big opening so that you can like put a box fan in it to blow the heat out actively. I don't think just having a vent would be enough to dissipate the heat because it's so extreme. It's like super concentrated heat up there. Like I have that huge box fan up there blowing the heat down at an angle and it's still not enough airflow to make a difference. I think it does help. Like if I didn't have that box fan up there blowing the air down, it would be unbearable. But it's not like good enough to deal with the issue. Okay. I have to take this umbrella off. I'm not really using the umbrella. I just thought I might take this thing outside in the sun. Wait for that. I should probably just take it off its own way. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move all of this insulation and stuff so that I can get up underneath there. Because I need to put the blocking in, which I'm not particularly excited about at all, but I feel like it's important. I'm pretty sure at least one of these boards is significantly warped, and I need to try to reduce that warpage by forcing it into position, which is going to be super difficult. I want to do this right. I want to feel like I did a good job and didn't overlook things that I knew were important. I try not to ever do that. Like if I see something, well, that's important, I just say, who cares? It'll be fine. I don't have to do that. To do the best job that we can. It takes 10 times longer. light off up there. So up here anymore. Okay, so I need to move stuff so that I can get under here. I have a lot of stuff in the way. Sucks. Oh, actually, now that I have those boards in place up there, even though I'm gonna have to move stuff around when I'm screwing stuff down, I'm gonna put these rolls up there just to get them out of the way. I might regret it later. I know I'm gonna have to move them several more times, but they're completely in the way right now. These two are. These other stacks might be okay. Oh, I think there's definitely smoke blowing in from a fire somewhere. It just looks orange and hazy out there. That sucks. I need to look up and see if there's a fire somewhere. Let's see. I'm gonna put this over here, I guess. Okay, so what I need to do next is measure the distance between each of these boards. I get 2 or 3 points along their length, and I'm going to try to straighten them. So, for example, right here it's 13 and some 16ths. Let's see, 13, almost 3/4. I can't do the 11/16. 13 and 11/16 right there. And if it's like quite a bit different in here, I'm gonna try to squish it. Oh yeah, it's hugely different. It's almost 14. It's like a whole, at least an 1/8 inch off. So I'm gonna like try to use the blocking boards to wedge them or push them into place so they're not bowed in the middle. Okay, never mind. I thought I could maybe leave these rolls here, but nope, they are completely in the way. Yeah, I wish I could just wait and do this project when it cools down, but it's not going to cool down for at least a week, and I can't just sit around waiting for that. I could bring the portable air conditioner out here, but I don't know if the extension cord that I have running out here is rated with that high of amperage. Probably not really. Chatmobile down. Ouch. Okay, it survived. Never noticed that before. Looks like at some point I chipped my battery bank case there. This thing has been awesome. It's lasted for some years. It doesn't seem to be losing its capacity that much, if at all. I bought some other cheaper ones since then, and those ones have been not nearly as good. Check out the wish I would have bought 2 or 3 of these ones back when I had money. Because then I could do like more interesting live streams where I like camp overnight or something. I don't have a big enough battery capacity to do overnight type things. I thought about buying like a huge one. I can't right now because I don't have money, but like someday I'd like to, so I could do like multiple day trips. It'd be cool. I don't know if my phones can handle that much usage though, just like streaming constantly. I think I would have to get like a GoPro or something. Okay, so yeah, this is also 13 and 11/16 over here. So in the middle it's a little bit wider, so it's bowing out this way in the middle. So I'm going to try to fix that with a board up there. So all that blocking is, I've been saying blocking. That's what those things that are already up there are. So these things right here. You get a pointer. I need a pointer. Point North Egad. I need a pointer. Oh, here we go. Mary Poppins style. So these things over here are what blocking is. It's just boards that are connecting in between the joists, just to give it vertical support so they don't like bow and twist and stuff. So the key to putting those in is to measure them how you want the boards to be. So in other words, 13 and 11/16 on both sides is consistent. So if I measure a board that's 13 and 11/16 and put it here and then screw it in on both sides, I'll force this board to move that direction. And I'll do that with each of these boards until they're all basically perfectly straight. And then once I'm done with that, then I will screw the sheets of OSB from the top into them, and everything will be straight and connected. And over time, theoretically, all that warpage and stuff will probably ease out because it's been forced to be straight for so long. So there shouldn't be too much undue pressure on the boards once they kind of submit to the force they're being put under. All right, and I could actually use 2x6s for the blocking, but I decided that 2x4s are sufficient, although in this middle area I might rethink that. Also in this middle area I can stagger them, just like these are staggered over here. You can see that it's like out, in. I'll probably do that with this middle set because they're not meant to support the end of a sheet. They're just being used to correct the warping boards. So I might actually use 2x6s on these middle ones and then 2x4s where the end of the sheets are. We'll see. That's probably what I'll do, but if I have enough scraps in the 2x6s, that is, because I don't know how important it is that I do that. I don't necessarily want to waste a whole new 2x6 board. I think I only have one full 2x6 left. I just have these bits of scrap. The bits of scrap might be enough. I have to try that first, see how far across I can get. I think I will do 2x6 instead of 2x4s because then the joists will even be forced even more to conform to the shape I want because the blocking will go from top to bottom. I think that would be a stronger solution. And they don't, since they're not really supporting a seam in the OSB sheets, I don't think they need to have um, joist hangers on them. But the ones that are in between, I'm going to put joist hangers on them, and I'll just make them a straight line instead of staggered back and forth. Okay, what's up? Okay, so let's start measuring these boards and cutting them to size. I'll try to get it exact as I can. I think it's 13 and 11/16, but I want to make sure I'm not mismeasuring that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 13 and 11/16 is what I want to cut the first board at. So I need to set up my cutting station before I do anything else. So let me go grab that table that I've been using, which I don't like, but it's the only one I've got at this point. Oh man, so much to do. 17. I guess I could alternate between 2x6s and 2x4s, but I don't know. I'm going to try to use 2x6s for this middle blocking, and I'll also try to center them exactly in the width. But I haven't measured that yet. So let me go grab that table I've been using as a cutting table, and I need to grab the umbrellas for heat protection because it's still really hot outside. All of this is difficult. Chasing after the wind. Ooh, heavy stuff. Awkward to hold. Oh man, I don't know, dude. Since I've been in a relationship before and it ended badly, I know how bad it can get. And so being in a relationship like that, it's definitely better to be single than with the wrong person, I can tell you that much. But figuring out who the wrong person and the right person is very difficult, extremely difficult. And absolutely not. It is not a failure in life. Whoever has given you that message, whether it's your culture or your family or your coworkers or anybody, friends, don't listen to that. I mean, if they attach other kinds of wisdom to it, then fine. But if they're just saying in a general broad stroke statement that if you're not married, you're a failure or somehow less, I would encourage you to think about it deeper than that, because that's just insufficient information. That's not true at all. But I think there are great benefits to being in a marriage relationship. I'm a Christian, so I don't believe in living together and not being married or just dating and casual stuff. But I think there's great benefits to being married. But and I'm not talking about like financial benefits and all that kind of meaningless stuff. I'm talking about spiritual growth and just happiness and all those kinds of things. But for me, myself, I don't think what I think about it for myself matters, because I'm a very unusual situation. But you're kind of in a similar situation to me because we're both kind of older. We haven't found the right person yet and still somewhat dependent on parents and all that kind of stuff. So you and I are in a pretty similar situation, really. So anything that I say about myself could have some application to you, but everybody has a different scenario. And you just have to figure that out for yourself, and nobody can dictate it for you. I think I'm going to be single for the rest of my life. It seems like there's nobody that's suited for me. I'm very old-fashioned, which means the only people I could match up with are older people, because even people my age are typically considerably less old-fashioned than I am in their value systems and traditions and stuff, which I think it's important to match up on those kind of things, because you have serious conflicts if you don't. Like personal beliefs and values and convictions and stuff like that, religion and all that stuff. It's very hard for me to find people that I match up with that. Plus, I'm generally attracted to younger people just because I'm silly and playful, and so that the older people that are maybe have my same values, I'm generally not attracted to. So for me, it just seems like I'll be alone. I can't imagine. But who knows? It's in God's hands. I have no idea what His plans for me are. I've had people 20 years older than me hit on me, and that's it. Nobody flirts with me because I'm just not the type that people or anybody is looking for. People want scumbags. I know that sounds extreme, but it seems to me that most people want scumbags. There's other words for that. Language that I don't use, but it seems like most girls want jerks, and I'm not like that. It's kind of ironic. I don't think they know that they want jerks, but they always end up with jerks, so apparently that's what they want. Too old-fashioned and polite and caring and considerate. Not a jerk, so not the type that most girls are looking for. My theory that I've come up with is that most women want a man that'll provide for them, and I think that those who are jerks are more likely to come out on top because they'll step on people on the way. So I think that that's the reason that they often seem to gravitate towards guys like that. Yeah, same thing, but with an A was what I was thinking with, but I don't use that kind of language. Try not to anyway. Not perfect by any means, but yep. Let's see. I don't think they end up being happy in the end, though. They just think that's what is going to make them happy or secure or whatever. Yeah, I'm a follower of Jesus and in the Bible and stuff, and it does talk about coarse language and just joking. I find them objectionable, so I try to stay away from them. I'm not perfect. I never do coarse joking like sexual stuff, ever. Not even in personal friendships or relationships, much less streaming. But occasionally I'm just angry and I say a word I shouldn't, but even those I try not to. I'm not judging anybody for doing those things. It's just my own personal conviction on the matter. Just a sign of what I was saying before, like I'm super old-fashioned. I don't accept cultural shifts just because they're the norm. I follow Christ as much as I can. I fail constantly, but that's my goal. That's my aim. Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to get set up outside with the cutting area, and then I'll reposition the camera and stuff to show what I'm doing. I was wondering what fell over. Not just boards, but my water bottle also fell. Seemed louder than just the boards, so that makes sense. Ooh, wow, I took a massive hit on my water bottle. It's like destroyed. I've dropped it before, but not like that. Look at this. Never seen it actually dent like that, and this whole thing broke off, so it still works, I guess, but it's just, I have several of them, like three of them, I think, so. This is my favorite though, because it's metallic reflective, and the others are like black and navy blue, so they absorb more light and heat when I'm out hiking and stuff. Actually, a white one would be perfect, but this one I like too. I don't talk too much about my personal convictions about stuff because even though it's just my own personal actions and choices in my life, people tend to feel judged by it, even though I'm not talking about them. So I don't usually go into great detail about these are the things that I do, you know, but if somebody asks me about it, I don't mind talking about it. Okay, so I need to get a cord out there, which is challenging because cord is way up where that fan is. I don't know if I can string a cord way down here. That I don't have more than one extension cord coming out here to the shop, and we haven't wired it for electricity yet. That's kind of one of our next things that we're gonna do. It's so expensive, man, to actually do all the stuff that's needed to complete a shop, make it ready for permanent use and stuff. Just so many things you don't really think about until it's like, oh yeah, we need to put electrical stuff in, we need to do insulation, we can build this loft, and this other stuff is just seemingly endless. Okay, I'm trying to plug this in, and then I'll cut some boards and start working with blocking stuff. Yeah, pretty much no streamers are compatible with me because every streamer is looking for fame and fortune and willing to compromise morality for the sake of entertainment. I don't think I would ever get together with a streamer. And there's probably a few exceptions. People that are kind of like me that do family-friendly stuff and whatever. But I've found myself somewhat attracted to people I've met on streaming and stuff, and I'm like, no. Nah. If I really think about it, it's like really cheap last choice. I don't really meet other people though currently, so like the only pool I have to think about is people that I've met in the streaming world. I shouldn't be streaming. Like, I'm literally the type of person that is kind of not necessarily morally opposed, but just like not the type of culture that streaming is built for. I'm the type of people that most streamers would wish would stop streaming because I'm presenting a message that's contrary to what they think is important. I mean, I'm not in a judgmental way, but I think most people know what I'm saying. I try not to be too preachy, but yeah, I don't think I fit in. And that's why I've never really had a lot of viewers and followers and stuff, because I just not like everybody else. I'm okay with that. I'd rather have no approval of man and seek to find the approval of the Lord, because without him, none of this matters, in my opinion. Alright, so let's see if I can get this first board cut. So I finally have a working cutting station, I think, but I need to get some stuff. What was I doing? I need to find a way to attach my battery bank to the tripod, which I've had in the past. I'm wondering. Find it all. Just show you on the stream, just for anybody that's wondering how I do some of this stuff. Not that anyone does. It's also for my own historical preservation of the processes that I do to show some of my setups and how I change things over the years. But I'm not finding the stuff I'm looking for. I have this basically gardening line, I don't know what it's called. Something you would find in the garden department of like Home Depot or places like that. It's way cheaper than gear ties, basically. It's essentially like cheap gear ties. I'll have to go grab my spool of it because I don't know where the piece was that I had out here. Saw it a while ago and now it's disappeared. So I'll be right back. Oh, but yeah, I don't know. I guess if that's a satisfactory answer, I don't know if you're still here, but you can ask me more stuff if you want. I don't mind. Enjoy the conversation, but I just kind of gave a generic answer regarding relationships and all that. But each person is very different, and I don't think one person can say what their story is or their situation and have it apply to another. There might be some wisdom that's transferable between scenarios, but as far as like, oh, you should do this, I don't think that's usually the right response. Oh. I think there's value in not being alone, though. I think for me, the biggest regret, if you wanted to call it regret, I don't know if that's the right word, but not having kids, like having a family to share life's experiences with as you grow older, that's going to be hard. That's going to be sad and lonely. Like, family is really neat. So here's the stuff that I have. You can see the brand and stuff. Really cheap stuff. It's really flexible. Just pull it out like that, but it works really well as gear tie because this stuff is really like rubbery and has a lot of friction on it. So I use it to tie all sorts of streaming gear things together and just temporary setups, like tripod type weird things. And you can just use like wire cutters to cut it quite easily. It's not nearly as strong as some of the gear ties you can buy, but those things are so expensive. So overpriced. You can get this whole reel or spool or whatever for, I don't know how much it was. I'm guessing it's probably like $10 or something. I've been using it for years and still have some left. But you just twist this around stuff, put it around a pipe and then just twist this, until it's tight. All kinds of stuff. So basically what I want to do is attach my battery bank that's going to that phone right there. So I'll twist this around until it's really tight. Last time I did this, I made like a diaper formation. So I put it around like this way and then like a sumo wrestler's diaper. Put it down here around the bottom. And tie that up here again. That way I can reuse it, and then I just tie this around my tripod. Probably should have cut it a little bit longer, but it'll work. And, yeah, you can use it for all sorts of cool, practical streaming things. It's super cheap and quite effective. Just tie all that together like that. I've got a nice pouch for my battery bank that I can hook up to my tripod. Just didn't quite pull that tight. There we go. Put this around the bottom. It's amazing what you can find at like places like Home Depot for creative DIY purposes like this. You just have to think. You have to. Yeah. All right. Yeah. No worries. We can talk some other time too if you have any interest in what my thoughts are. I don't really know why you would. I'm not a source of wisdom or anything, but if you just enjoy the conversation, then sure, I'm up for it. All right, so let's get this guy outside. I'll definitely need I almost said rainbow. I need what do you call that thing? Umbrella. Be out here in the sun. Okay, where's that thing? Sometimes you don't have any control over your life, though. Like, you can't just, I mean, you could just go out and find some random person to be with. I don't think that's a good idea, personally. But some people, like maybe like me, for example, overthink it, and they could be happy with the person that I might not think would be the right person because I have too many specific thoughts in mind about what a person should be like or whatever. I think we all do that to some degree. Rainbow. Rainbow equals umbrella. Kind of does. Saves you from the rain. The rainbow means the rain is kind of on its way out. Usually. Sometimes it comes before the rain, though. Alright. Yeah, the streaming, like being in a relationship with a streamer is like being in a relationship with a celebrity. It's like constant jealousy because like I think men and women should be jealous. I actually think it's from the Lord. Jealousy is not a sin in of itself. Like if you're in a relationship and you're not jealous of your spouse in any way, then that means you don't even care if they are unfaithful or if other men or women are messing with them. You should care. The commitment is supposed to mean something. And it doesn't mean that you should be irrationally jealous, but like if you're in a relationship with someone who's famous, you're competing with like literally millions of other people who are flirting with them every second and stuff. It's like, no thanks. Some guys might be okay with that, but not me. Let's see. What am I doing? I was gonna grab something. I already forgot. Oh, I need the little nose pliers to pull this pin out. Okay, I think I have power, so now I just need to cut. I'm gonna double check that measurement because I'm notorious for misremembering the measurements that I take. I actually watched Hacksman recently. He's a really successful YouTuber who makes all sorts of DIY stuff. He was making fun of himself for that exact same thing, how he has no memory. Like he measures something and then 3 seconds later as he's about to cut it, he's like doesn't trust himself. He knows he's gonna mess it up, and I do that same thing constantly. Okay, so let's cut this piece here. Pencil. Oh, one problem of having my noise cancellation turned off is my music is probably never turning on because it's auto ducking for the the sound, and so it's probably completely muted out. So let me go check the settings on that, see if I can at least have it be some music less sensitive to the auto ducking or something of that nature, because I like to have some sound if I'm not talking and whatever. Oh, actually, come to think of it, never mind. I'm going to turn the noise cancellation on now that I'm about to cut some stuff. So I'll just have to remember to turn it back off when I'm done. Actually, I'll probably leave it on because I'm not up by that fan anymore. Oh, dee-doo. There we go. I have my microphone gear in a lower pocket than normal. It keeps pulling on my lapel mic. My setup is never complete. I always make small adjustments to things. There's always improvements I can make, but getting closer and closer to having an ideal IRL setup. It's pretty stinking good. You can't tell that I'm wearing a microphone. It's under here. The wire's going down here under my shirt. You can barely see it here, and then it's going into this pocket there. I think it's pretty good. But and I can go wherever I want as long as I'm in either Wi-Fi or 4G range. So I don't have to be attached to anything. There's nothing hanging out that's going to get caught on anything. It used to be when I was hiking and stuff, I had this huge bundle of cords sticking out of my pocket, but it kind of solved that issue. Okay. I didn't get my pencil though. There's a song by Shai Lin that I really liked regarding jealousy. Jealousy is listed in some of the sins of the Bible. I think it's contextual. God is jealous of his people. He's a jealous God. It says that. So if it's sin every time, then God sins, and God is not capable of sin. So we know that jealousy is not always sin. And I believe that a man should be jealous of his wife to some degree. And still trust and love her and all that, but respect her and all that. But you shouldn't just be not care if random dudes flirt with his wife and stuff like that. Same for a woman with her husband. So that kind of jealousy, I believe, is a righteous kind and appropriate. Let's see. What's it even doing? I was going to get something. I forgot what it was. Oh, I wanted to find my other phone. Oh, it is. It's the Chatmobile, isn't it? Yeah, the Chatmobile is the other phone I was looking for. Somewhere I have my other phone. Oh, it's in my pocket. Okay. Sometimes I even have a fourth phone on here, but not today. I want to look up that song, though, because it's pretty good. I encourage people to consider it. Okay, so it's called The Jealous One. I can't post a link easily, so I'll just let anybody look it up if they're interested. Shai Lin is a hip-hop artist. He's a Christian hip-hop artist with very powerful lyrics. I don't agree with everything he sings because he's a Reformed Calvinist, and I don't believe in a lot of that stuff, but some of his songs are just ridiculous, super good. So you spell it S-H-A-I, first name Shy, Lynn, L-I-N-N-E, and the song I'm talking about is called The Jealous One. Check it out if you're interested sometime. Anybody? I think it's pretty good. He has a lot of other just convicting, powerful songs as well. That one's the one I was talking about in that particular topic. I might have been missing chat messages. I just realized my chat on the Beal screen was weird. Anyway. Okay, so I'm going to give this a clean edge. So I don't trust the edges on here. One of them looks kind of warped or something, so I'm just going to trim off a tiny bit on the end of it before I do my measurement. I normally listen to music in the month. I haven't transferred a bunch of songs to this phone yet, but if I want to listen to music, I have to use my super ancient phone, which I kind of do want to listen to stuff. I think it helps neutralize the machine noise also. It's like maybe the noise cancellation only works when you're listening to stuff, or just, I don't know, it just helps make it not so loud for me. So I'm going to go grab my other phone for that reason. Eventually I need to remember to load some songs on this phone because I bought a huge SD card for it, so I can put tons of stuff on there if I want. I don't use streaming services, so gotta load MP3s or whatever. The other thing regarding that whole list of qualifications and attributes things, sometimes, I think always actually, we need to let go of some of that. Americans especially have learned to idolize certain traits in people. Some of them aren't even godly traits or useful traits or anything like that. It's just because we watch so much TV and internet, we think we know what's good for us, but a lot of that stuff is actually crap. But some of it does matter, you know. Just got to figure out what the dividing line is. All right, so let's see. Get my chat going on this phone instead. I think once upon a time, people had less strict ideas about what compatibility means. I mean, technically, most men and women are pretty compatible. I mean, at least from the physical standpoint. And then a lot of what relationship takes is working out differences and loving each other and caring about each other in spite of things that you may not see eye to eye on. But I think it's best not to compromise greatly in choosing a spouse, like massive differences in character and ideology. Let's see, let's get my music on. I've never agreed with the whole opposites attract thing. It's not true for me. I'm more attracted to people that are similar to me. People that are completely different, I just find annoying or off-putting somehow. Not that I'm in love with myself or something crazy like that. It's more just, it seems better to have similar interests and similar values and all that stuff. Okay, so why isn't my playlist always gets messed up on this phone every time? I know why. All right, now we got some tunes. I already forgot what that measurement was, so let me go check again. And 11/16, I guess. I still didn't get the pencil, did I? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, so I cut that one side off, this side. So measure from that end. Okay, assuming that I actually measured it right, which is iffy, especially in this heat. I feel like that also affects my ability to do stuff properly. But this should fit in there. I'll check it out. I need to measure the midpoint also. Guess I'll move this. I do have another phone I could use for a second angle. That'd be easier than running that back and forth, actually. I don't have a battery bank to use with it, so I don't know how long the battery will last. But give it a shot. That's an awesome song I'm listening to. Wish you guys could hear it. Alright, so now that one's good. I need to use this one for the second camera angle. Hopefully it's all set up. I think it is. Basically, I bookmark the stuff so I don't have to like find it every time. I used to use an email that I clicked on the link from. Bookmarks make way more sense, obviously. Oh, I can use the native app. The reason I was going to take that clamp from there is because I don't know where another one is, so I'm going to have to go inside and grab one real quick. I'll be right back. It's taking forever. I'm getting nothing done. But it's still progress, even though it takes forever. It's probably boring to watch. I am actually doing stuff. So I try not to get discouraged if I take a long time with certain details. Of course, this stuff I'm dealing with right now is streaming related, not like project related, but I enjoy the streaming stuff too. It makes the project aspect more enjoyable for me. It's fun to share the whole process too. Like I've almost not cut out anything from this, so we get the long play, full experience. There's another phone clamp, cheap kind. Could show you the metal one I got, but I don't think anyone really cares. It's actually on that phone over there. I'm gonna show that real quick actually. Let's see. If this will work. I don't know if this will work. I have something configured wrong on that, so I can't change scenes there, which sucks. I guess that's one reason not to use the native app, because you can't use it for scene changes. It's too bad that the native app doesn't work with changing scenes. All right, this is pointless, but just show this real quick. So here's that little sumo strap underwear looking diaper thing. We got just tied around the back of the tripod just to hold that in place. And then we got that going up. This is the new phone clamp. It's not really that different than my other ones, but it should last longer because I think everything is metal. So that's kind of nice. Has a couple extra attachment points too. Like these are 1/4 inch 20 spots, so you could like hook up other accessories like a light or a microphone or anything. So that's kind of cool. Or a second clamp even. All right, hopefully this will respond well when I rotate it like that. Should. We can do a second camera. This battery might have less. All right, so let's see how we did on the measuring of this board. I need to measure the middle of this loft as well, which is going to be kind of difficult. I could just go on my previous measurements because I did measure it once. Oh, hey, tone. Sorry, my text-to-speech was off. Hope you're doing good. Haven't seen you in a long time, man. Hope you and Hazel are doing good. Now I should hear you. Oh, hopefully you haven't been here for like half an hour. Okay. So this should be cut for this width here. Figure out what the middle is. This board right here might actually be the center point. And when I put that in there, that did push this board that way a little bit. So this, apparently this board was warping that way, although it didn't seem right. I want to trim a tiny bit off of that. You good, homie? Yeah, man. Good to see you as well. Okay, maybe I didn't cut that. One thing I don't like about measuring tapes, I mean, I recently discovered it's probably a design intention, but this little thing on the end of them moves. So you actually get a little variance in measuring, but I think what that does is when you're putting it on this side, it pushes it to the end. When you're grabbing on it, pulls it out. But I think I don't know, I feel like it distorts the measurement sometimes. I'm going to use a ruler in this case because I want to get this really accurate. Thank you for reminding me. It is really insanely hot, so I should be drinking more. I do have a water bottle out here, so I'll take a sip. Back to the Gatorade bottle. Even better. It's cooling down a little bit though, like it's not as hot as it was earlier. I just destroyed this water bottle, unfortunately. By the way, if you want good insulated water bottles that are way cheaper, maybe not quite as good as the crazy stupid brands, go to grocery outlet if you have one near you. They have crazy cheap big canteen insulated water bottles that they look exactly the same as the main brands. They're just like off random brands, but they're like sometimes like as cheap as $10 compared to like 50 or 60 or 80 or 100 for those stupid brands. That's where I get all mine. I don't get to go to grocery outlet that much, so like when I'm in Portland or something, they have them there. I'll probably buy another one now that I broke this one at some point. All right, let me get a I want my good measuring stick, so I'm gonna go inside and grab it real quick. Be right back. Sumo diaper is the key. I need to write a song about that. Sumo diaper is the key to good videography. I just made that up right there. Oh, and the battery. That rhymes also. Let's see. What was I getting? I forgot. Oh, I want to get my good ruler that has really graduated detail on it so I can measure more accurately. Actually, I haven't seen that ruler in a while. Yeah, I actually want to buy a couple more because I have this one that really sucks. It's been annoying me lately. I'm going to replace it with a better one. Okay, this didn't work. I have this really awesome one. Oh, this one, no. I don't know where it is. I haven't seen it in a while. Oh, there it is. Sweet, never mind. I love this ruler. It's my favorite one. It's not a 48 incher though, so it can't do all the big measurements, but for shorter stuff like this, it's super accurate and nice. Plus it looks cool. The only thing I don't like about it is the 0 point is not on the edge, but I can live with that. Voila, my favorite ruler. It's metal and has very clear markings and very nice details and stuff. Got both centimeters and inches on there. Anyway. Okay. Let's check it out, see how we did. Nice. Okay, I'm going to trim just a tiny bit off of this. It's not very far off. It's like just a hair off. It's probably fine, but I'll just make it spot on. The reason that it's 0 point is not on the end though, I just remembered, it used to have this T-bar, plastic T-bar on there, which would have made it even more useful for this kind of stuff, but I use it for my book binding, so I took that off. But I think that plastic T-bar thing lined up with 0 on there, so you could put it on the end of a board and measure 0 from that point. Anyway, I altered it because I use it mostly for book binding. Alright. So, once again, I need to verify the center point of this shed area. So, let me figure that out real quick. I know I measured it at 9 feet, 5 inches across at one point. It's supposed to be a 10 by 20, but the walls are included in that 10 feet, so I can probably just go with that knowledge that 9, 5 is width, and just cut that in half to find the center point, which will that be? 9 feet is 4.5 feet plus 2.5 inches, so 8.5. Like that. That doesn't sound right, but I'm not very good at that kind of math in my head. 4, 6. Over 7, 8.5. That seems right. 4, 7, 8.5. Right, 8.5, sorry. Let's put the mark there and see. Oh, I hate these things. It's so hard to hold them any distance without them flopping. It's the most annoying thing in the universe. Maybe not. Oh, wow. That's crazy. No, we don't have, thankfully, we don't have any rattlesnakes here. It's scary. Okay, so 48 is 4 feet plus 8 inches is it's 48 plus 8, 56.5. It's just for fun. Check the other direction to see if it's the same. 56.5. I'm going slow because it's awesome. This side is 57.25 for some reason. So I guess well, it's not right exactly, or my calculation of what half of that is. Let's just move that over to 57 plus. It doesn't have to be exact. Let's make that the official center point. So 57 from that side is what I'm using at the center. And I'm going to be alternating, staggering these anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's see, how do I have to measure every time, unfortunately, because I'm not going to be able to eyeball it across these boards accurately, so let's do 57 from that side. Each of these boards to get this center point. I'm sure I'm hitting the edge of the wall over there. I could be hitting something else. I can't see what's behind that. Well, that could be part of the issue too. Okay, let's change my mind. I'm gonna make it 57 from this side. You can actually see this side. Oh, I hate textures. Seriously, the most annoying thing in the Western Hemisphere. If I lived in the Eastern Hemisphere, I might experience something even more annoying, but I doubt it. I need to invent something better than these floppy things, though. They're so irritating. Noise. Oh man, well, if you're headed out, thanks for taking the time to stop by. I always appreciate it. Somewhere around there. I'm not going to go with like absolute perfection. I'm just trying to get it straight. It's like so stinking hard to measure. Ugh, it's garbage. Oh my goodness. I need like a 60-foot long measuring stick just so I don't have to deal with this crap. It is so irritating. I refuse. I give up. I am not using this piece of junk. I'm gonna use a measuring stick and I'll just measure it more than one time because that is so irritating. It's beyond ridiculous. Okay, I'm gonna redo this one. So that I have common standard. So there's 48 plus. Oh, that's 48. 9 inches more. That's pretty close. Yeah, push that a little thing. Way faster. No comparison. All these. I'll have to stagger these, so I'm not actually going to use these lines necessarily, but it'll give me a baseline. Alright, that's good enough to start with. So I'll probably just put the board on one side or the other of that center line. So in this case, I'll put it on this side, for example. What's that? I missed the text-to-speech. It does leave a pinhole. Did I miss a message? I'm not sure what the pinhole thing relates to. All right. This is going to be difficult. I don't have a way to clamp this in place. So I guess I'm just going to have to pre-drill it and hope that I don't move it as I'm doing it. It's going to be annoying. So I need the drill. Use the cordless. Problem is I only have one battery, so I have to use it for my drill and the impact driver. Okay. Don't really have a proper drill bit. I've broken them all on this project, so I'm running low. Let's see. that's something I should have bought yesterday. I was at yesterday or 2 days ago. I don't know. I was at a store that had this some of the stuff. I should have bought some drill bits. I bought the stuff. I didn't buy the other stuff. I didn't think it was Part of me wants to use joist hangers for this, but I don't have to stagger down the roller. Oops, junk, but I think I will do the staggering thing. The benefit of the joist hangers is that the joist hangers themselves keep your board where you want it to be, so you don't have to do any of this weird fumbling with tools and junk. It's considerably less annoying. Maybe that one would work. The one that I have in there is probably okay. Just use that. So I just have to hand hold this up here and hope that I don't like move it around while I'm drilling it, which is super hard to do. Oh, I need a battery in there. Actually, because of the annoyance of switching back and forth, I'm going to actually use my corded drill because it's too annoying to switch the battery back and forth a million times. If I can find the drill. It's kind of getting messier and messier in here because my dad brought like massive stuff over here for me to use in the shop and probably use most of it, but it's just all strewn about. So I have more objects to look through when I'm looking for something. Used to be kind of clean in here. Kind of almost clean. What is it? Maybe I actually put it away. I haven't been putting stuff away just because I'm working on projects constantly. There's no point putting things away if I'm just gonna use it the next day. I'll actually put that in. It should be up the gym. I don't do that very often when I'm in the middle of a project. So I generally remember where I left stuff if I'm in the middle of something. Okay. Slowest process ever. Well, maybe you said a comment about using like a small tack nail to tack in the measuring tape. That's just such a pain though, and I just find them to be super impractical. For some reason that, if you did say that, message didn't come. I did buy a whole new case of screws when I was at the store, so at least I remembered to do that. Otherwise I wouldn't even know how to do any of this today. I'd be super annoyed. straight up vertical. It's too much annoyance to try to like use a square to get them all actually lined up. Get those screws over here. Walking back and forth is nonsense. Except they're gonna fall over, except all this stuff is barely balanced. It's just gonna crash all over the floor. That'll provide one moment of entertainment on this otherwise boring stream. Alright, getting the other sides screwed in is not possible, so I'll just have to do angled things. Might even use a... I'm going to be lazy about it and use a joist hanger on that one spot because it's too hard to do it otherwise. I don't know what happened to my hammer I had. I haven't seen it in like a week. I think I had to like pull some of the tools out of the shop to use for some other unrelated project at some point. I don't remember what it was, but when I did that, I lost track of some stuff, and it's kind of annoying because stuff that I need to use all the time. I also don't have my own hammer, which is ridiculous. I used to, and I don't know what happened to it years ago. I haven't been working on stuff that much lately, so I haven't really needed anything like that. And when I'm here at my parents' place, there's a hammer here that I can use. It's nothing special, but I can't even find that one right now. So, like I said, I think I pulled it out for some other weird project, and then I don't know where it ended up. There's a lot of just disarray going on because I'm in the middle of so many things right now. I need to find at least. There's a crappy hammer here, and then there's a decent hammer. I want this scenario. I'll look to find it. I have it inside. Guessing it is inside somewhere. Oh yeah, I think I took it inside when I was working on dislodging a window or something. Actually, I think it got taken somewhere when my parents were here the last time, because I don't think I've seen it since then. I might have been working on some weird project. We've been doing so many different things. I don't remember any. I don't know what's going on. I'll be right back. Doesn't seem to be out here. No, it'd be awesome if I could find the good hammer, but I haven't seen that in a long time. Oh yeah, those are fun. Some of them are kind of ridiculous though. Like, I don't know which ones you're watching, but a lot of them are like, how to adapt this tool to be used for this other scenario. And it's like, well, you're ruining that tool. You could just go buy the actual proper tool. Like, what's the scenario when you would want to destroy one tool to use for this weird, obscure project when it's not really the right time? But yeah, I enjoy watching that. Some of those are really fun. All right, man. Well, if you are heading out, again, I will see you later. If not, I'll see you in a while. I don't know. Thanks for stopping by. They're very clever though. That's for sure. All right, hammer, where are you? Okay, found the crappy hammer. Let's see if I can find the good one. Since it bothers to come in here anyway. It doesn't seem to be where it's supposed to be. So, we'll just use the crappy one. It'll work. I should buy a hammer though. Like, I should have my own hammer that's Oh, wait a minute. Yep. No, never mind. I thought I saw it. I don't like to blame things on my mom, but she has this tendency to move everything when she's here. So sometimes she puts things that I use regularly in this completely crazy place. It takes me weeks to find the stuff. These days, I've just come to start texting her and saying, hey, did you move this? Where did you put it? And then she'll maybe remember and tell me. Other times, it's not even her. It's just I put it somewhere, but it's pretty common that she moves something in a weird place. So sometimes ask her to save time. Okay, let's get this in place. Joist hanging nails. Technically, this is a 2x4 joist hanger for the 2x6, which works. I usually say you can use a joist hanger that's rated for 2 inches below, not any more than that. It would be better if I had a 2x6 though. Yeah, moms are great. Women in general do that. It's not just moms. Wives do that. Just women. Just like rearrange stuff all the time. Just one of the things they do. Okay. I don't think she's to blame for the hammer situation though. I think I put it somewhere. I think I was probably the last person to use it. Most likely. Oops. I thought I had that in the hole, but nope. Oh, I like to use the needle nose pliers for this because I've hit my fingers too many times. I forgot where I put those. I just had them. Oh, they're outside the table. Ooh, it's actually starting to feel really cool outside compared to in here. It's nice every time I step out there. I'm not going to get much done today. That's okay. We'll get a better start on tomorrow now that I have everything set up better. While my parents were here, we were working on other stuff and moving stuff around, and just half of today's stream has just been readapting the shop to what I'm used to. I have room to work and know where all my tools are, so something that had to happen, but not a very effective use of time. All right, there we go. That's all set. Now I can measure the next one. These next ones should go a little bit faster. Hopefully. All right. So let's check the others. I should just use the measuring stick for all of these. It's big enough. The only reason I ever use a measuring tape is if I have to measure great distances that are too long for a measuring stick, because measuring sticks are so much more accurate. It's not even funny. Okay, so over here we got approximately 14 and it's pretty much 14 and a half, which is kind of what it should be. 16 inches on center. That first one is short because it was the one against the wall. It's actually 14 and 9/16. So we'll measure a board 14 and 9/16 and cut it. Okay, hope I have enough of these 2x6 scraps. I don't know if I do. I'd like to make it look consistent, not like pieced together randomly. Okay, so 14 and 9/16. So we got. Let me take a drink while I'm out here. And my pencil I was using, I probably brought it in here. I just have more than one all over the place because I have many pencils. Okay, I guess that's flat enough. I don't need to trim that off. Sometimes I just trim the end off to make sure it's flat. 14 and 9/16. Let's measure that again. Correct myself. Yep. I wish I had more cords to work with. I have to like keep switching things around. Eventually we'll have this place wired for electricity and I won't have to keep unplugging things all the time. One of these days I'll have to rig up my smart button to be able to change camera angles. That'd be cool. But not today. Alright, so I'll just go check this and see if I need to trim it at all. It'll be okay. Yoki des. Okay. Where did I put my rubber mallet? I think it's up top where I was working. Oh. I have like 3 marks right there because I was switching between the tape and the measuring stick. Now I don't know which one's right, so let me erase or make the other one obvious, because that is not good. I have so many different marks. That 9 inches from that one is that one. Okay, so it's the one that's farthest over, which I wouldn't have guessed. So I'm glad I checked. Right there. Whoa. Cords become roller skates. Transformers. More than meets the eye. It's actually kind of nice to have the OSB sitting up there because it helps me set the height of these boards accurately so they all match up on the top, which is pretty cool. I'm gonna put my eye protection on. It's not strictly necessary, but as these pieces of dust are falling off and drilling these holes, some of them could go in my eyes. So far it hasn't happened, but just to avoid that whole scenario. Once I actually get a system going, I can go. I'm not saying I'm going to go fast, but I can go a lot faster than I was earlier. All my tools are in reach and everything. I've done it once. I kind of remember how I did it last time. It starts speeding up a little bit. That box of screws doesn't fall over all over the floor today, I will actually be kind of surprised. Hopefully I can also avoid that pain in my elbows. It was nice to have that week-long break while my parents were here. I didn't really do that much woodworking, so I feel pretty healed, pain-free at this point, but maybe probably build up again if I keep working a lot. A lot of weird angles that put pressure on your muscles and tendons that you're not used to if you don't do this stuff all the time. Almost tilted the screws so they fell over. Not quite, not yet. I think these impact screwdriver bits are better than I've seen. Oh wow, that doesn't look straight, but whatever. straight this way, but it's like rotated at the top, but it's okay. Just try not to let that happen anymore if I can avoid it. All right, next board. I've got to do the measurement first. I was gonna use camera angle. I should have a piece of paper out here too. That would help me be slightly less likely to forget the wrong measurements or know it wrongly. Feels kind of stupid to have to write things down, but as well. Let's see, we're doing the third one. So over here we got 14 and 8/16, 9, 10, 10 and a half. Let's go with 10. 14 and 10/16. Or no, 11/16. 14 and 11/16. I wonder if it's the same over here. I can't even measure on that side because the shelf is in the way now. But if I wanted to get like the most accurate comparison from side to side, I would have to go all the way to the wall, close to it. I'm gonna go with 14 and 11/16. I think it's good enough. Change camera angles. Yeah, I want that smart button so bad. That'd be awesome. It's just tedious stuff to change camera angles. It's cool that I can do it. A lot of people wouldn't even know how to set it up how I have it, but it could be even better. I didn't write it down. I got that clipboard. I didn't even write it down anyway. 14 and 11/16. Make sure this looks straight. Probably good enough. Actually, I'm gonna cut it. I don't trust that that's square. Doesn't really look square. I keep having to do this stupid cord changing in and out. It's super tedious. Especially when I don't forget and I actually push the button and like, oh, it's not plugged in. I don't think that was straight. Sorry, cutting out a slight angle. So I'm glad I cut that end off. Fourteen and 11/16. Could do the light in here, but it's okay. I don't need it. Oh wow, that is a massive difference. Let's see if it actually looks tight over here. Maybe I didn't measure it right. No, it is tight. So this one is just, now one thing I can also be doing, now that I'm not on the very edge, I think I have clamps that are long enough to hold this stuff. So let me do that. I'll save my sanity. Lost. Don't know if these are, yeah, it says 18 inches. Should be, no, it's gonna be really tight. I don't know. Looks like it's just barely big enough, so that's good. This will make it easier. Long run. Or it doesn't look straight, something is weird. I don't know why that is, but I'm just gonna run with it. Looks fairly straight. Just the top of it isn't quite matching on the top of the other board. Oh, I need to move that over significantly. Good, I was looking at that. Alright, good enough. Some of these boards are just like twisted a little bit, so you get it straight on one end and the other end just doesn't look quite straight. Minor differences don't matter, it just doesn't really make any difference. Drill. Whoa. So much stuff to trip over here. And of course my drill is not plugged in. I almost started using it, but I looked down and saw it, so I would avoid that humiliation. I have a massive strain on my shoulder to push with that much force up high like that. If I do too many of these today, I'll get a sore shoulder. Could use a step ladder, but I don't want it. I should. Problem is I don't have a lot of like floor space to put that down. Tricky to move around. But when you can save yourself from potential soreness or give yourself the right leverage, you may as well do it. That's why I say things out loud sometimes, and I'm like committed to doing it, especially on stream. If I was not streaming, I could just be like, whatever, but I know the right thing to do and I don't do it when people are watching, then I look even stupid. I already look stupid. I was like, you know, stretching out like my full extension of my arm and like trying to push with my shoulders, muscles basically. Just not. Got no leverage, man. Leverage, man. Superhero. That was sinking down, but I guess this floor is just thicker than that one. I don't think there might be a tiny gap up there, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal. It's good. Alright, that makes me hot with this thing. This thing makes all the difference. It's way better. Trying to hold that up there, it's just stupid. Okay, next. Got 3 more, so I'm halfway done with this side anyway. I'm just gonna do one side at a time. I'm not gonna start on that next side till tomorrow or whenever I do the rest. So this one is 14 and 5/8. All right. Should be able to remember that. Fourteen 5/8. Another board. I think my chop saw is not calibrated like really well. It has like an angle gauge on it and stuff, but I don't know if it's like actually perfectly square. I want to make these cuts sometimes. I have it set dead on 0, but I don't know if it's actually straight. I wonder if I could check that. I think at one time I sort of came to the conclusion it was maybe ½ degree off, but I took my square inside, so I don't feel like going to get it. So I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. It's probably close enough. I'll keep cutting off the very ends of these though to make sure I have a relatively straight edge. I mean, it's possible if this saw isn't straight that by doing that I'm making it less straight than when I started, but I don't know. Doesn't matter. This one actually looks pretty good. That last one looked a little crooked. That's why I decided to cut the end off. This one visually looks fine, so I'll just leave it. 14 and 5/8 is right there. I remembered. Gotta change the plug. It's amazing. amazing and annoying at the same time. I probably could get one more short extension cable out here. Maybe I should do that. I think I have one somewhere. And I wouldn't have to switch back and forth. I thought maybe I saw one just a while ago too. I guess that's not an extension cable, it's just a cable to something. So, but I'm sure I have one inside somewhere. Just need one relatively short one. Oh man, somebody's barbecuing, I think. Alright, well, yeah, I'll go grab a cable and then that's just one less stupid thing I have to do. Keep switching it out. Maybe which camera's active. Anyway, I'll be right back. I think I had my outside camera active. I'm gonna check my audio while I'm in here because there's nobody in chat. I never know what's happening. Check audio, get extension cable. Try not to forget those things. That's all I gotta remember. Camera looks fine. Test, test, test. Audio's good. All right. Extension cable. Oh, by the way, thank you guys for the likes on you now. I'm sure you're long gone, but 56. IMI and Skip or VZ. Oh my. Let's call you Skip. Anyway, thanks for that. Alerts haven't been working lately. But, also, Tidy Labs on DLive was down when I started the stream. I don't know what's up with that. If that's just temporary or they're not doing something on DLive that's different now. Okay, cord. Where's a cord? A cord that I don't have to dig massively to find is ideal. These are crappy extension cords, but it'll work. Alright, so I gotta put the power strip over here. Let's see, am I thinking about this right? Where is that plugged in? Oh, shoot, this isn't gonna work. Where is it? I can make it work. I actually don't even need this. Just plug this into the thing up there. It has all the other stuff plugged into it. Should be long enough to get down to where I need to. Now we don't have to keep unplugging things. That'll be nice, as long as this extension cable isn't fire hazard or something. It's pretty junk. Like one of those kind you get at Dollar Tree, I think. Okay. There we go. Drink time. Well, yeah, didn't quite finish that process of plugging everything in. Okay, now we're good. Looks like a good fit. Should be good. Oh, that's a big difference. It's like a 1/4 inch gap here because this board is warped in the middle. And something is not straight too. Not all these cuts, there's like a gap at the top, which is annoying, but I don't know where that error is. Could be any number of things. Could be these joists aren't. Oh, I didn't mark the center on any of these last three. To measure that real quick before I put these in place. This huge box is in the way now, so I might actually have to move it. It's pretty bad. I can probably shove it back that way now that I'm done with those. For the time being, it's super heavy box. Crazy heavy. Still need to get as far back as here though to get this next one in, so this box needs to go really far. It's going to be out of the way. Oh, shoot. Power strip fell off, super annoying junk. I don't know how that happened, but fix that. Power strips just want to fall. Like, they're very annoying. Like, unless you use the little attachments on the back of them to actually screw them into place somewhere, they just do not stay very good. All right, we're good now. Oh, keep forgetting stuff. Like, did all that moving the box and everything just so I could measure it, and I haven't measured it yet. Okay, here we go. Oh. It seems like all these boards are twisted for some reason. Something else involved is not square. It's strange. I don't get it. Gap on top of this one too. I don't know why. Doesn't make sense. All right. Here are my glasses. Speaking of glasses and contacts, I need to get some new ones. My last pair of contacts, so if something happens, I will be going blind. On my next order, I haven't ordered contacts for years. Okay. Why isn't that working? Oh man, I wonder if this whole extension cord is broken and busted or shorted out because it's no power. That's crazy. Did I get? It's still plugged in. It's nuts. This whole entire extension cord doesn't even provide power. It's crazy. Completely useless. It's weird. I've never had a extension cord that pitiful. That was weird. Check something, see if that's what it is or if there's something else going on here. It got pulled out something else. I think it put it, yeah. No, it fell out. That's weird. No, it should be good. Yeah, I don't trust my chop saw, whatever you call it. I don't think it's square completely. The blade is off a little bit. Looks like a lot of my cuts on these projects have been just a little bit off. Had I noticed like what kind of off it is, I probably would have noticed a pattern if it's always the same amount of offness. push that up somehow. Ah, it's so irritating. Because it's not straight, so it's like wanting to push it down. You have a way to put upward pressure on that. Unless they put like you can put like a temporary board there, but I don't really have a good scrap for that. I could cut a little scrap just because I don't want that to suck. Should have done that on the others too. I just. Where did I put those screws anyway? Alright, so here's how we're going to deal with that. Same thing as I was doing on the top side. Let's try to get it straight up and down first. Oh, wait, no, I'm doing this. Right. And then just drill this up. This isn't always a safe thing to do because if your boards, like your 2x6s, aren't all the same height, then this act of pushing this up will push it up higher on the top side potentially. But I think these are the same. Basically, I just use this to force it up into position while I screw it from the side. Take it down when I'm done. I should have done that on the other ones when I noticed that they were kind of drooping down a little bit, but I didn't really think about it too much and I didn't really feel like bothering, but it's worth fixing. Alright, that one's nice. Better than the other ones I did just because I wish I could figure out why those aren't straight. I think it is the fact that my saw is not cutting perfectly square. I should try to figure that out. I don't know. Some of those annoying things. And figure out what's not straight about it. Two more to go. All right, let's measure this next one. So these two, this one's. This one is 14.5 minus 1/16. 14, 7/16. Let's see if it's the same over on this side. Finally, I can actually check closer to the end on this. So the shelf isn't in the way. Oh, wow. This one's just not straight at all. It's insane. It's 14.25 here. Ah, that sucks. I don't understand why that stuff happens. I thought I was really careful when I measured these, but really not. Just did a crappy measurement somehow. No, it's not that bad. Let's see, all the way at the end, it's all the way at the very end, it's 14 and 7/16, which I think is what the other side was. So that's crazy, man. We can vary so much in the middle, or even kind of close to the side. It's crazy. It's closer than. All right, well, I'm gonna do 14.5 compromise in the middle. Just cut it straight. They should all be 14.5, but there's always little variances. That's why we're getting those 9/16 and 11/16 and random stupid numbers. So I'm gonna cut this one to actually 14.5 for the first time. It's really hard to reach the screen. I'm gonna go get my square, see if I can figure out what's going on with this thing. I think we bought it used, and maybe over time it had gotten warped, or they realized it was not straight. That might be the reason. I don't know. It's easy to correct for, though. You just move this back and forth until it's straight. So I'm gonna go grab my square and see if I can figure out how to angle it to be straight. That might help me on these other remaining cuts to get them not slanted. Just a combination of slanty, which isn't a word, and slanted. It's a very important distinction to say it that way. Oh man. Grim Reaper Flow got my sickle. Right. What was I doing? Yeah, I wanted to check. See if I can figure out if this is crooked, how it's crooked. Not hard. I feel like there's not enough distance on the blade to get a strong angle distinction. I think I'm going to move it just a tiny bit this outward direction though. Let's see if it makes any difference. It's definitely less than a degree though. I think it's like even less than half a degree of difference. Like a third of a degree, maybe not even that much. Might even be doing it the wrong way for all I know. Might need to go the other way. We're gonna put it right there. Let's see what that's like. It looks visually straight, but like I said, you need more length of something. I would need the blade to be like this big to really put the square against it to get an accurate angle measurement there. Okay. So this one we're cutting exactly 14.5. know if I should cut that end that's already been cut, or if I should trust that it's straight. I don't know. None of this is easy to figure out. Well, I'm going to make it my goal to get this first. Not even the whole loft done today, but just getting those 2 boards that I put up there, the 4x8 OSB plywood pieces. I'm going to get those screwed down after I get these blockings cut. I'm not even necessarily going to try to do the remainder of that 16-inch strip on the backside. I might try to do that also, but we'll see. Well, already. So realistic expectations on what I'm going to actually get done here. I have 2 more of these blocks to put in now, and then I can start. Oh, that's weird. That's a huge stretch. That can't be right. No way. I feel like I did something wrong. Let me double check this here. I don't think I didn't do something right. There's no way it's going to be that different. This is cut to 14.5 like I intended. Let me double check these measurements. Was I putting that in the wrong place or something? This one is 14 and 9/16. I think this one was 14 and 7/16. So the middle average of them is 14. That's correct. This side is, yeah, okay. I guess it's really that warped. So this board here is probably warped that way quite a bit, so I need to push it out to get it to be straight across. So it's okay. I just felt like it was too tight. Surprised it has to move that much. Seems wrong, but whatever. That's crazy how much that needs to move. Like a whole quarter of an inch or more. Let's go. Wow. Guess it's got to be right. I don't think I'm progressively pushing these out more. I'm measuring them quite thoroughly, so that's just what it needed, is to be pushed out that much. That's why I put these in. It corrects all that distortion of the boards. Didn't measure that one yet. The midpoint. That's wacky. I don't maybe need to clamp this one. So, oh, that feels. Oh, no, I don't know. It's possible that's less of a ramping weirdness since I fixed that 1/3 of a degree and so. But now one side is maybe the side that I didn't cut is off. Then I don't know. Hey, HX Game, thanks for the follow. I think I'm going to put the link up there anyway. Just sure it doesn't. Yeah, already. Getting close, second to last one on these locking boards. Go up top and fasten the OSB to these. This 2x6 is shorter than the rest of these, so there's like a little overhang on both sides. So you gotta pay attention to that kind of stuff. Because not all boards are created equal, sadly. Even if you buy them from the same store, same bin, it had to be different. It's crazy. Seeing some wear and tear on this impact screwdriver head already. I feel like it's, as I mentioned before, not going to live up to its 50 times thing in the marketing, packaging, whatever, stupid. It's always like that. Some kind of hype about some new design or technology, and it's probably not even better. It might even be worse. Honestly, you just can't trust marketing ever. All right, so this last one, I'm going to actually have to use a joist hanger on the final side. I'm not going to be able to screw through the double joist there. There, I'm going to put the joist hanger. I'll measure it first. Looks like I will have enough scraps. Maybe. Actually, I don't even know if I have one more. Oh, this went too soon. Might be one short. I don't need a big one for this either, so I have a really small piece. Looks like all of these are 2x4s, not 2x6s. I could just use a 2x4 there. Actually, I am going to use a 2x4. I have a reason for that too. Design, check the reason. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Let's find the shortest 2x4 I can make a scrap out of it. I have a reason. Eventually, I might make something that folds up underneath these joists, so having a 2x4 up there instead of a 2x6 will actually serve that purpose better. So And you might see that later, you might not. I don't know. I might not even do it, but it's something I was thinking about, so we'll use the 2x4 on that final span. Oh, I can't see. This shelf is in the way. Alright, good enough. Whew. Proportionism. Let's get that last measurement. This side it is 12 and 9/16. Check the other side. Other side is about the same. Let's just use that 12 and 9/16. These boards should be very straight when I'm done with them. About as straight as I can because I'm doing very customized measurements. Get all this close as I can. That's a double thing. I can't move that at all. So in this case, we are not going to go with the measurement that I want to make it. We just have to cut this to fit because we got a double joist here. And there's no way I'm bending that outward. I mean, I could bend it a little bit, but we're just going to cut this to fit. We'll be fine. There's no guarantee that means it's bowed in the middle. It could just be the addition of all those changes I made between the backside and here, just sort of pushed each board out a tiny bit. I don't know. It's hard to say for sure, but I'll cut this extra bit off. I can't bend that even much. Micro. So I just gotta cut this one to fit in there. There we go. Putting it all the way up at the top. A bit hard to line it up visually, but not impossible. This might not be long enough to get around both. I don't know. Find out. Good. A little bit harder to tighten this one. Should be. Right. So we're using joist hangers on this one, or at least on the one side, because I can't go through both of these with any screw that I have. So I could do angled screws, which is fine, but it's just easier to use joist hanger. It's just as good, actually probably better, it's a stronger support than just the screws alone. So I've never used these before, but they're pretty cool. They come a little flayed out. I don't know if that's the right word. I just push them in so that they're on 90 degrees and they'll just kind of grip on the sides. But then they have these little pins that you pound in to keep them in place before you put the nails or screws or whatever in there. So it's handy. I've never worked with these before. I'm maybe putting out the wrong impression that I'm like some kind of wood expert or something, or I do this professionally, but I don't. This is just a DIY project. So once those little clips are pounded in, it just stays up there, and then you can put your nails in. I'm using nails because that's what was recommended. Like there's these certain kind of nails that are rated for weight loads or resist shearing. They're just the right length to go in, but not through the other side of the board. They have a number 10 on the side, which is saying something. That means something. But I'm supposed to get the number 10 ones. Get my needle nose pliers to hold up the snails on the snails. The other side I'll just screw in from the back side because I have access to the previous board. It's mainly just this side that needs adjusting. But yeah, if you're joining my channel because you like this, that's cool. It might be a temporary follow and then follow later. I do a lot of different stuff on YouTube. Any streamer. If I've ever seen anyone else as variety as I am, I would just do random stuff. I have like periods of time where I do the same thing a bunch of times, but I'll never do it again, and I do something else that I've never done before. It's too random. There are repeated themes for sure. But I'm not in it for the follows, so people are free to follow and unfollow as often as they like, whenever it suits their interests. I don't give offended by that stuff. I'm just doing it for fun. Of course, that's true even if I don't say that. There's no binding contract with follows, but I just like to make people feel relieved, pressured, or guilted into following me or something like that. I think I'm going to put screws in those last two because It's gonna pull out as soon as I take this clamp off. So I want to make sure that there's some good sticking power on these positions. I mean, I don't really need to use these number 10 nails on this application because these particular things, this is not weight bearing or anything. It's more for the purpose of straightening out the boards. Wish I could take that clamp off now, but then leave it there until I get the screws in, just in case this pulls the nails out a little bit when I release it. Probably won't, but it might. I don't remember how much force it was under. Bad angle. Now, one thing that would help is if I use this, I get more leverage up high. Just a bad angle. I need to take that out and redraw it or something. That's terrible. So there's sparks in there. Just more than normal. Go. Anyway, all right, so let's get these screws on this side, and then I'll take the clamp off. Then we'll be close to being done, except I'm going to go up top and screw those USB ports in. I'll probably be done for the day. I thought I might do the entire, all of the lofts today, but it's just a lot slower than that. It's just it goes that way a lot for me. It's fine. I don't know about these impact driver things. I think it's still okay, but I definitely don't think it's like 50 times as strong as the normal ones. I doubt it. Maybe if you were comparing it to something made out of 24 karat gold or lead or something super soft, probably 50 times better than that. Otherwise, not so much. I am losing grip on this thing. Progressively getting worse. I don't know if this thing is worn out. It doesn't look completely worn out, but maybe it's just enough worn out that it's starting to slip. It's happening on every screw again. Yeah, it's garbage. There's no way this is 50 times better. It's like maybe not even as good as the other ones. If that's a trend, I'm never buying those again. It's stupid marketing. Should have been better. try. I've never used those before, so they're not. I don't even think they're as good as the normal ones, to be honest. They're worse. That's what you get. It's like marketing is always a lie. If you see something on a package, assume it's false. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm serious. I used to be in marketing. I got burnt out with it because part of it is being dishonest, and I'm not a dishonest person. You gotta write crap in a font on a product, on packaging. That's a complete bold-faced lie if you're in marketing. So if you're studying that field, just beware of that. You can take a stand, say, I'm not gonna do it, or expect to get fired, because that's just the way marketing is. It's just a bunch of lies. At the very least, it's horrible exaggerations, maybe not complete lies or twisting of words, but it's still dishonest. I despise it. I don't like it. I don't ever want to do marketing again. And if I do, it's just going to be on something I actually believe in, like my own company, or just something that I don't have to be dishonest about. That's how you have to make money, though. You have to tell lies. Get people to buy your product. It's stupid. I can't stand it. All right. I wasn't actually in like full-on marketing, but I did web design and web development, graphic design, and all of that is kind of a subset of marketing. So, and I didn't usually write the statements. Somebody else did most of the time. I mean, I did some copywriting too, but so yeah, you just have to like hope that the people that are writing up the stuff aren't just like saying stupid stuff that's not true. All right, so that is everything. Got the whole underside of this done. So I'm gonna go back up top side and start attaching these USB sheets. So it'll take a minute to get this camera up there. I don't know which one to use. Let me check the battery on this. I think use the other one. Oh yeah, this one's pretty low. I don't have this one hooked up to a battery bank like the other one. The other one I've barely been using today, so it's just getting hot for no reason, really. Sitting out here. Okay, let me get this back up top and then I'll switch over there. Oh, I forgot I put these. I forgot I put the insulation walls up here. So I can just move them around. I don't think I need to put them back down. Let's see, then move out of the way. So make sure I got this camera angle decent. That's not perfect, but it'll do. That'll do, pig, that'll do. What a random quote to never wear out. Just never loses its poignant. Such power of words. Ouch. Such a dumb movie. The movie is known by one quote. It's like a super quote that gets overused, so that movie is essentially becomes a meme or joke. Excellent. Okay. Here we go. I don't think I'm going to use this second camera angle anymore. The battery is kind of low, so I'll just turn it off, basically. Okay, what all do I need up there? That's the question. I need my impact driver. I guess I might measure the screws to get the big measuring stick up there. And then we need the screws. I think probably going to run out of this box. I know I have a third box somewhere, so I need to find that. There's a slight chance I have enough in this box going to do it. Bring this square up. I don't think I need it, but I'll just bring it anyway. Impact driver, is that already up there? No, here it is. Screws, I don't know where the box of screws is. Chatmobile. Where's that box of screws? Did I take it up there, did I? So. Maybe I did. I don't see it anymore. Strange. Not many places it can be. Somewhere. Oh, it's up there. Okay. Again, I'm pretty sure I'm going to run out this boxes. So it's a fair amount. Let's see. But for the rest of the loft, I will need a little box just in here somewhere. Not as worried about measuring these screws to make them look all nice and spaced out evenly, but not as much as on the shelves. Workbenches and moving shelf thing, but still may as well. So, let's see. Trying to think, is there any logical reason why I should do one other than the first? I don't think so. One question I have for myself is whether or not this backboard is pushed all the way to the wall line. Looks like this, yeah. As much as it can be. Might give it one more whack with the rubber mallet if I can find that. Just to give myself some peace of mind on that matter. Once I get these screwed in, I'm pretty much committed to finishing it as the way I started, so I'm gonna get it all angled the way I want it before I put the first screw in. Let's see. I don't know where my rubber mallet is, but I'm pretty sure I left it down there, so I think I'll get it. Whoa, this ladder is garbage. Here's. Alright, just give it a swift kick in the butt, as they like to say. I don't know who they are, but somebody said that once. Let's give it a block. You know, it took me a long time to get to this point, but I feel like I did everything to the best of my ability to do it right, and I think I feel better when I do that, even if it takes 6 times as long. Learn a few things along the way, and just less frustrated. Turns out good. Okay, that's as good as I can do. So I'll just start screwing it in, just so I can not be annoyed about trying to be consistent with the reviews. It's not necessary, but look a little bit better, and we'll just. I think it'll actually go faster that way, so spend less time trying to think about it. I just use the guide. Right, first screws in. The rest are kind of committed. Screw over 6 inches. 30. Four. Figuring out where to put the screws in the cross boards will be interesting. I think I can see them from the top. sides over there, so too bad. Just stretching across. Pretty cool idea, actually. I might do that if I can find some twine. Just stretch a string across the middle of the board, so I'm going to put the screws. Fan and wind noise over here. I don't know if you're talking. How much to say? What is this? Alright, we got the first minute screws in. Minute to go. Don't have to put screws on every single joist, but I think it's better to do that than really strengthens everything up together. There's a first thing quality, so that I just said strengthens up together into a house. First thing says that thing. Okay. What do we got? I guess I have to decide if I want to do that string thing. Make sure I get the screws right in the dead center. Boards kind of hard to visualize. Get off like something chain against the board, so I feel like doing that. I don't know if that's a normal way to do it, but I don't have a long enough straight edge to go over across. So it's totally unnecessary. Actually, if I can find a board that's long enough, I'll just use that instead. That's better. Let's work. Board there. I think it's an 8-footer actually. these boards are particularly straight. Should be straight. Wow, terrible boards. Oh, they warped. It's twisted. All right. Unbelievable how bad these boards are. It's crazy. Terrible. This is an awkward angle to work with. Let me see if I can. I don't know what's better, but I think if I'm over this side, it's a little bit easier. It's going to be awesome to have an actual loft done. Several reasons. This is cool to actually finish a project. Also, you can actually start using your stuff. There's a few things like, well, this insulation, for example. I'm not going to work on that project right now because unless my dad says otherwise, I think it's going to be easier to do the electrical work with the installation. So I think I'm going to wait till he comes over again and works on that. It's not really a rush at this point, so. But I can put those walls up here, get them out of the way. Anything else down there that's just in the way all the time, we can throw up here. I'd also like to put my twin bed. I have a little twin bed. I might throw it in here and maybe even sleep out here as kind of a fun experiment. Feel like camping. Just seems kind of fun. A kid and me wants to do stuff like that from time to time. I need to get the stair figured out though. So without that, it's not the safest experience to get up here.
I think I can do it fine, but I suppose if I was sleepwalking, I don't sleepwalk, but if I wasn't fully awake, I could fall while I'm trying to get down the middle of the night or something. It's in a little bit easy. I think I missed it. Whoa.
Alright, got 2 spans. This is kind of a slow process. Halfway done with the first half, so quarter way done, more or less. A little bit less because I have to do the screws also. Be nice if they had 6-inch grid on these boards already. Like it would maybe necessarily look that great, but I can make these kind of things go a little bit faster. But some other grids wouldn't necessarily line up where I need them to. I think on these inner ones, I can't remember what they say. I think it's 6 inches on the 6 inches on the outside and 12 on the inside. I could probably do 12 inches on the seams. Just for maybe. I'll switch to every foot as well. So I think I read that somewhere. So was the other one. 6 inches on the edges of boards and your sheets. 12 inches on the center areas.
don't know if we'll eventually put something else on top of this. Maybe a rug or kind of flooring material if we find something cheap or free. I've seen some free flooring on Craigslist that I wish I could have gotten. It's never close to me, so I can't. Hard time getting parents to do any of that stuff. It's fine, I understand. It's kind of annoying. Sometimes people are flakes. Actually, most of the time they are. So you try to pick something up and they don't respond and all that stuff. It's kind of, whether they just get too many people trying to get this stuff, and so they don't want to respond to everybody, so you never hear back. It's just an annoying process. All right, 3 spans done. 1 to go on this board. Since these are tongue and groove, I could probably just maybe I'll do alternating 6 inches on this join span on the tongue and groove. Go on one side of the board, one on the other, kind of zigzag. So that'll sort of be like 12 inches on either board, but 6 inches on across effectively. I feel pretty good about that idea. Should be adequate. Although it is technically the edge of the 2 boards, but it's kind of like still the middle because they're connected with the tongue and groove. I'll look at it and see how centered it is on the board and make a decision based on that. It's probably fine. Oh, what's going on? Okay. I feel like that's part of the reason why tongue and groove exists, is so you don't have to worry about the connecting things between the boards. So, as far as strength goes, probably okay to do 6 inches on either side. Should be adequate. Chat my video anyway. It's up there. Okay, so I'm sure I'm missing something. Okay, here we go. Put one on the end on both sides just to make sure that that gets connected really well. Maybe I should do every 6 inches on both sides. Second guessing myself. I don't know. Because it is kind of the end of the board rather than the middle. Not the deal. Just what the best thought on that is. Start out with alternating. It's probably okay. Oh man. I feel like the results are going to be pretty nice at the end of this, with all this work. And I don't think I needed any more low speed sheets, which is great. Use the full advantage of the ones that I got. I'm pretty sure if I calculated right. All the remainders will fill in all the gaps just right. Have a few pieces left over at the end. Nothing like feeding the 5,000 ribbon. A few extra pieces maybe. Since those end pieces underneath are staggered, it's going to be a little bit hard to figure out where to screw into those. Alright, this one full by 8 is done. Just have to do the one in the back, and these walls are definitely in the ways. And I think that after I'm done screwing that 4 by 8 in, I'll say that I'm done for this stream. That's probably all I'll try to get done today. Again, I wish I could have got more done. It's just, it's a lot. So I didn't even really finish this loft because I still need to do the 16-inch or so gap on that side. So that's okay. We got something done. That's a piece of the way now. It's actually not as crazy hot up here. That I think having that fan blowing the air down angled like that helped out a lot. And then this one, something awesome. And it is cooling off down outside finally. Probably gonna have to move that that shelf down there in the bottom in the corner at some point, but for now it's okay. As far as getting the joist hangers on the blocking between these full sheets and the 16-inch remainder, which I kind of want to do. Might not be able to reach those right now. It's not super crucial though, I can do that later. I don't even think it's mandatory or anything, it's just something I originally wanted to do, but I might lean away from doing that possibly. I think it's that. If the joint between the boards was more toward the center, I would feel like it would matter a little bit more because people might step on that area and have a slight weakness between the boards, but it's going to be almost toward the wall, so nobody's really going to put pressure down that far toward the walls, probably. Ooh, that orange Gatorade is my favorite. Super refreshing. Okay. Gatorade or Powerade. It's all the same, really. I don't really care about the band so much. Just get whatever's cheaper usually. Okay, I guess I'll start on that far end and work my way this way or something. Doesn't really matter what order I do it in. Wish I had like a pillow. I guess I do have some over there. I'm totally gonna get that. It's worth the extra effort. I can sort of lay down while I'm doing this. I need a handle here at some point. I could put handles on up here, but how strong those rafters are actually. Plus you bump your head on it if they're sticking down too far. I need to get these boards off of this top of this thing. I can slide around and that's not very safe. Okay, the pillows in question are these ones over here. They're for lawn furniture, but a lot more comfortable leaning over here. Forgot about the whole noise cancellation issue being debatable whether it's better to have it on or off, depending on if I'm sawing stuff or being up here with the fans on. Whatever. He might not be able to hear me that well this stream, but nobody's here talking anyway, so it doesn't matter. Not saying anything of great importance. Okay, so 2 more rows going down the middle, and then I need to figure out where the sides are, but I'm not going to worry about the sides today because I need to. I could do that side over there with the staggered blocking, but this side doesn't even have blocking in it yet, so I don't even know if I'm going to put blocking in. So I just have to finish these 2 rows and do 12 inches. These last 2 instead of 6 inches. Looks like I'll have enough screws for this particular whatever stage section of the project, whatever you want to call it. That will probably run out not too long after this. But like I said, I do have another box. Find it. I don't know where it is right now. I don't know if that one box is enough for the rest of the loft or not though. Probably. Oh, doing it every 6 inches. I meant to do it every foot. I forgot. Just got in the habit of that. Oh well, I guess I could start doing one per foot now. That matters. Okay, one more row. I have screws over here. Oh, almost. This is gonna be cool to have at least one side of the loft just totally pretty much done, at least usable. I can sit up here, do whatever I want. Maybe I'll sleep out here tonight. I don't know. There's probably a bunch of mosquitoes in here. We've been having the door open a lot and stuff, and there's probably a million mosquitoes out here. It'd be kind of fun to set up my tent up here. Totally not necessary, but just something interesting to do. hope I'm hitting the boards underneath every time. I think so. I'm using this other board as a guide and it's like lined up, so it should be good. But I don't know. Find out when I get underneath and see if there's any screws poking through in weird spots. I think it will be though. All right, we can officially say we're done for the night. Just sit up here for a while. Oh, there's a slight chance I might choose to sleep out here, but probably not. It's tempting though. At some point I want to try it out though. Just bring my twin mattress out here and sleep out here. I know it'll be a lot cooler than in the house, which will feel nice. It takes a long time to cool it off inside on the hot day like this. I think I will say that I'm done. I have a lot left to do, obviously, but for today, it's all I intended to do. So yeah, thanks to anybody that was lurking or joining me earlier or whatever. It was kind of a long and boring stream, but it's alright. My content isn't the hippest, jazziest, crazy stuff on whatever platform, and I don't care. I don't want to be that guy. I'll be the guy that does the stuff that's different than everybody else. It's boring and ordinary. Alright, well, I guess I will head out and get this figured out. Oh, I have two streams open. I don't even have it on me. I have to do it. Hold on. Thanks, CJ. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, if you want to talk some other time, I'm not a, I generally think it's best for girls to talk to girls about relationships and guys to talk to guys, but, the generic stuff. I don't mind talking. Just guys understand guys better than girls understand whatever I'm trying to say. Anyway, hope you have a good night. And we'll see y'all later. I'll take the 5 minutes to get inside and turn the stream off, so it'll just be awkwardly looking over here into. And I get it. Have a good practice. Yeah, well, yeah, as long as it's not too, I can't talk about like super intimate stuff with ladies, obviously, because I don't think it's what I think is wise, but just general stuff. And we'll talk for free anytime. Always here online, so whenever I'm on stream. Anyway, I will see you all later. I will go inside and turn the stream off. And just look up here with the stuff. Oh, it feels good out here, that's for sure.
Oh, still actually pretty warm outside though. Probably like, I don't know. Could be as high as 80 still. I don't know. It cools down pretty quick here though. In this climate, it's kind of a dry climate, so it gets really hot and then really a lot cooler at night. Anyway, I will see you all later. Oh, that looks pretty cool. I like that lighting. I didn't know what my stream looked like, but I like all those shadows and stuff. Except it's kind of, I don't know if my eyes are bugging out, but it looks like it's like vibrating a little bit. Maybe because that fan is moving the entire loft just a tiny bit. So hopefully that wasn't bugging anybody's eyes out. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. Thanks again. See you later.